Alright, hey everybody. That's weird. Anyway, doesn't matter. What's weird? Yeah, hi. So, how everyone's weekend go? I need to get the today command from last week. I'm not totally sure what we're gonna do, but let's write a bunch of things. So first, Monday, Adam is working on some administrative stuff like cleaning up his to-do list and possibly uploading the game. He'll update this command when he's done with that. Cool. But yeah, hey EJ, Hideo, Blueberry King, Simdom. How's it going? Had a good weekend? Yeah, weekend was really good actually. So on Saturday, we ran 6 miles, and yesterday, we went to this sort of festival. That's where the ice cream picture came from. Hey, Pettermaster. And what else happened? Oh yeah. Anyway, it was just good food. It was an art festival. Yeah, my wife actually did buy some art. Yeah. So let's see. Clean up to-do list. I want to figure out if I should upload Botland. I suppose that should happen before cleaning up the to-do list. Then update today. Update changes if I do. What else do we have to do? That miter limit thing. I'll tell you guys about this in a bit. Yeah, bud. Got UI suggestions for cleaning up this form. Ooh. This definitely screams developer UI. No, I'm not very good at this. I think part of what you should probably consider is which one of these things is necessary. I'm not sure exactly what this form is supposed to do, but include the necessary things up front, and any optional things maybe put those into an advanced section or something, where you have multiple steps or just anything. But yeah, right now this is a lot to absorb. Also, things like IDs. I don't know if you have to type these in or if this could be a drop down that selects existing IDs. Yeah. Even artists have to purchase art. What else do we have? And then yeah, figure out the plan for today. Oh, I guess I gotta download that Slack stuff too. You want to. Okay, yeah, so figure out if I should upload Botland. Let's go find out what we have right now. Because, I never checked in what I did over the weekend. I did some work over the weekend. This doesn't matter. Yeah, I did some work. I guess this isn't too hard to check in. Hey, Mike. And yeah, I suppose so, but it's always been that way. Those are actually the simple settings with advanced to come. Well, I don't know what it's for exactly, but yeah, I think somehow trying to split that up would be helpful. Or maybe settings that don't have defaults. So like color was on that page and had a default. Maybe there's a way for you to customize that. Or you could hide it or something. But depending on who it's for, it might not matter too much. And Perry. Yeah, so one of the things I did over the weekend, I tried to do very little work. I just kind of wanted to clean up a couple things. One part was this. So I don't know how far we got on Friday, but I did this part where you can click to get a description, and you can also close this, and selecting a new one will reopen it. So I did this, and I think there was something else I did. Was that SVN? No, that's Tortoise Git. Although Tortoise SVN has the same general UI. You went camping? Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think I'm a camping kind of person. So I wonder if I should upload this or not. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Or if I do, I should upload the old version of the game. I should probably just do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so upload the old version of the game. The new one is in between states right now. Okay, then let's go start that process. This process is thankfully not too bad. Guess I'm not inviting you on a vacation? Wait, what? What did I miss? Yeah, actually, that's true. I think Git really supplanted everything. 85 filter. I mean, except for the company-specific ones that there might be. Nothing, just lack of context. I showed my wife your pictures, Wouter, of the scenery that you'd taken. She said they were pretty nice. She also asked where those were pictures of, and I couldn't answer that. I said, the Netherlands, maybe. Oh, I'm definitely not a camping sort of person, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I went backpacking once, and I can't sleep in nature. That's the problem. I'm a very, very picky sleeper. So I don't imagine camping would be too different, except for that I could probably have the pillows that I normally have. Didn't purchase Necromancer. Too bad. I don't know where that is though, Wouter. Ah, Netherlands. Okay, good. Well, I was at least correct. I think that's all she wanted to know. I'm probably not going to show her the album a second time. It was a glorified trash bag. Okay, we gotta get the IP address of this. I don't know if I actually pasted it anywhere. I copied it and then just immediately forgot to do anything. So yeah, the first probably 20, 30 minutes of this stream is going to be a lot of administrative stuff, like every Monday. So if you're new to this section of things, then just bear with me. Then we'll get to UI, which will be pretty much the same stuff we did last week. Now, there is one thing I forgot to mention last week. I did not realize this, but this weekend I'm going to be gone for Friday, Saturday, and a part of Sunday too. And what that means is that day 365 is Friday, and I thought I'd be able to celebrate somehow on that day. I don't think that's going to be able to happen. I mean, we're going to have a normal work day, but I don't think we can do any celebratory stuff until later. So I'm thinking maybe Thursday of next week. And I'm not sure what I would do, but maybe like a gaming, probably just a gaming session. And it'd probably be a single player gaming session. You know, Borland is the name of the company that made the C++ compiler for the longest time. I mean, I don't know what they're doing now, but yeah, they made the C++ compiler. Well, yeah, did I write this down here? Oh, top box. Welcome back. Where's the sound coming from? Yeah, these headphones. Yeah, thanks for the 11-month resub. You guys, you know, the person who just subbed probably just wants to be welcomed back and not have all this welcome politics in here. So this is what I had written down. Let people know that day 365 can't have too much of a celebration on it. I'm leaving that night for the whole weekend. Oh, you know what I gotta do this Thursday is prepare for the stuff I do want to do for days 365. Make sure to prepare for day 365. There's some other thing. Oh, yeah. Hey, J. Louise. I'm doing well so far. We haven't gotten to actual programming yet, but we'll get there. So this is done. Clean up to-do list. Let's start with that now. So let's just search for checkboxes. Yeah, UI work. So we'll write finished UI work. And we'll update this one to, I guess, this week. Actually, I don't even need created tags on these things. So arena changes, where I left off was getting rid of these panels, yeah. And there's probably a bunch of stuff at the bottom of this. Yep. Excuse me, had to sneeze. So we take everything from here, put this in finished UI work. Cool. Yeah, muted for sneezing. No one wants me to mute my mic anymore, apparently, other than Mitch, for drinking. But for sneezing, I still don't think you guys need to hear that sound. Did I get some feedback and new artwork? Yes, and I will show you guys that after I'm done cleaning up the to-do list. So boring stuff boring stuff first, exciting stuff last. Yeah, and this is quite boring what I'm doing right now. Then I was thinking of no, we're not gonna straw pull that. Consider posting to watch people code. Oh great, EJ already went and did it. Oops. Replace both components with a context bar at the bottom. I haven't finished this. But yeah, we'll write this down. It's just isn't done yet. It's still being tracked on the next week's to-do list. Look at all these new pixels of you. Oh, that's the old picture. Nice. Man, it's trippy seeing Chrome and then a video player and then Chrome and I guess a video. It's another player. Your desk is still messy as ever, Wouter. Although I'm not one to talk. But then again, I'm gonna go sharing pictures of my desk. Text copied, saved forever. Straw polls are legally binding. Okay, so finished UI work. We can mark this as done. And actually, before we do this, let's see. We have 4,300 lines. I'm gonna go archive this. And now we have 4,100 lines. Oh yeah, not too bad. Now I'll just search for that check mark again, which apparently doesn't work. Wonderful. And I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I really finished anything else. And yeah, this is from last year. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm happy with that. And now we should have health summary of everything online but a game server. Overseer, matchmaker, account server. Yep. So set game servers to 1. Okay, good. There is a very, very interesting thing that I found on Reddit, coincidentally. I want to show you guys this. What's the uptime of my computer? I'm not too sure. So, this picture, take a look at this. I'm not actually going to let you read the text. I want to zoom in on a particular part of this picture. Right here. Recognize these? These little text spikes have been in Botland for the last 2 years, and I had no idea what this was. And one of the Reddit comments actually pointed out, hey, that's because the miter limit is set too high. I didn't know what miter limit was, so I typed in miter limit pixie.js, and what I found is, well, anyway, I found, where's the link, darn it? Well, I found a link, and the link talked about, oh, maybe if I just don't put a space here. Yeah, here. The link talked about that this is just a number that defaults to 10. I lowered this number to 1, and the text spikes were gone. I had no idea. I had no idea this was a thing. So, yeah. What is this? I didn't look at this either. Line join property sets the type of corner created. It can resolve spiked text issues. Oh man, yeah. So we gotta mess around with this today and figure out. Wait, what are the other options here besides line join? Well, this had been a problem for a while. I actually took a picture of this. I don't know if I have the picture still. No, I don't think so. But I'll show you guys what used to happen and what happens now. Yeah, but I want to figure out what line join can be. So let's go find out. Because we know that miter is one of the options. I don't know what the other ones are. Yeah. Apparently that's it. Text. Line join. That's it? Come on. Oh, is this a WebGL thing or something? Context. What is context for? Context equals this dot context, and then what happens with context? Because this looks a lot like a. I don't know. Is anyone else's delay super high? Let's see. OpenGL line join. Is this an OpenGL thing or not? Line joins. Here we go. There's bevel, round, and miter. I don't know if we get to use these things. Oh, canvas line join. Okay. Yeah, bevel, round, and miter. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you, EJ. Yeah, so let's take a look. What does play it do? Yeah. So I think round probably makes the most sense, or even miter, but just with a lower limit. Fine, EJ. Oh, I should probably go finish the rest of the stuff. Anyway, that's something I wanted to look into. So one thing we have to do is there are 3 line join properties: bevel, round, and miter. So let me go download this stuff. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Yeah, I don't think it should. There's like 6 images. So we'll put this into, let me go find this folder. This will go into batch 3. There's this stuff about no weapon selected and weapon selected. I think the only real additional thing here, well, I should probably look at styling for this. Okay, let's do this. So cd downloads dir star pasted star.png. Yeah, so let's move that to botland slack batch 2. Batch 3, wait, what? Yeah, sure, fine. /1.png. So there's that. We're just going to keep doing this. 2.png. We got some tiles. .png, 4.png. Like I said, this won't take very long. The other time there were like 20 images. This time I am probably 2 away from finished. And now we're done. The only other thing we really should move is the circuit board stuff. So let's do ls circuit board. There it is. So let's just move that to the same thing. There. Cool. So we can get pretty much some of that. Yeah, so let me show you guys this. This is pretty much what you guys already saw last week. I think there are very minor differences. For example, one is that we say what script you're using now, and 2 is that I think some of the rounded corners changed and everything. But in general, this is pretty much the same. And so this shows when hardware is selected versus when it's not selected. And I already kind of did that. This is brand new in that we now have the right colors that we're going to eventually have. So let me see how I can size this so that we don't get all this chrome on the outside of this. Yeah, there's no way to do that in this editor because of these stupid things. All right, well, anyway, we'll just ignore the bottom part for now. I'll show you guys this later. Yeah, so edit defense is the title of this page, and this shows up in its own little slanted div here. Then we have your experience and an upgrade button. We have how many bots you can place, how many chips you can place. The clear all buttons are now in line with how many you've placed. And test defense, which would bring you to the next mode. And then presumably we'd have a set of buttons there too. I can show you some things. And the update button. Different colors. The header is no longer going to show of the arena. I think, despite it being collapsible, my take on this is that it was, oh hey, those things can go away. You just have to hover over the image long enough. Yeah, interesting. Well, anyway, despite the header being collapsible, I think that you'd probably just always end up hiding it at some point. So now settings and the store icon over here. And buying packs and stuff, we might just not even show that. In fact, I will probably get rid of this. Because I don't know if there's a point showing this in the arena. So then we go to the next one, and we get to the blueprint page. And this is actually my first time looking at this. I think that it looks a lot cleaner. One of the things that you can see here is that Jason put a bar in the background here because this is level 2 of something. So this bar is supposed to indicate that, hey, this is taking up 2 slots. Now, there are colors here. I'm not sure why these are here. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Also, he changed the look of the header in this. Yeah. Should put the homepage, the arena, and the other one side by side for having a clear global view. And wow, I'll have to check this stuff out later. I guess the fonts are not final. I'm not sure what fonts he used for this, but the fonts we've been using across the whole game are like Lato and Source Code Pro. So I'll probably just use those on here, and whatever they end up looking like, I think is fine. And yeah, putting everything side by side, I think will be helpful. Yeah, I'm gonna as I go through this make another like talk to Jason section. So this looks pretty much the same as it did on the avatar page, and I was kind of waiting to see how everything was laid out before pursuing that page too much. And then we changed some things here. And one of the things I'm wondering about is, do we want icons here eventually? We probably do. I think just splitting it into attack and defense for right now is okay, but then eventually it will change that stuff. Kind of weird when there's about 3 different fonts on one page. Yeah, I don't know how many fonts Jason's gonna want eventually. I can talk to him about that. And I don't think it's probably, well, here, I'll just make my typical talk to Jason section. So figure out which fonts should be used everywhere. Not a massive fan of using that shade of yellow. The yellow where exactly? Like this one? Because this is for contextual information of what's selected in the arena. I didn't mind this actually, this yellow. I think in combination with all the other colors that we had here before, I think it looked a little bit weird, but now I think this looks better. Antimatter tape. I'm pretty sure the amount of different colors and not related when putting side by side will be huge. Yeah, well, let's see how I can even do that, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to open this up in, like, well, something other than this photo viewer. Can you float tabs in this program? Well, you definitely can with GIMP, so I'll just use GIMP if I need to. Because, yeah, I don't know how to do this. Yeah, no. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's not, but I'll just do this in GIMP. Yeah, so then let's get all the different pages. First of all, let's figure out what pages we have. This is the arena, so let's open this. This is the blueprints page, number 4, yeah, so let's open this one. And let's go to, I don't think here has any of the full pages. Well, the avatar page, I guess, which is 19. And then the original, which was, what is this? Oh, fonts. Login home arena avatar. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not sure where I have this stuff. And the arena page has changed. This is, I guess, roughly the same as, well, you know what, let's just take a picture of the game, because I already did the mockups for that stuff. So what we have in the game is what it's probably going to end up looking like. So let's close out of this, and we'll just take a picture of this one. This I actually want to save as well. So let me do this really fast. We'll save this as in-game screenshots. This is the news page .png, and then we'll get the login page. To get the login page, we need to turn off auto login, which was already off. Did I click a button here? Apparently I did. Okay, so yeah, we'll take a picture of this as well. And this will be the login page. You have it on localhost? Yeah, I intend to have it on localhost. When I said this is how it looks right now, I wanted to see, like, originally I just wanted to take a picture of his mock-up, but then I realized his mock-up should look very similar to this, since I spent, you know, how many days looking at the mock-up making this look good. Hey, Endorn. So now let's take a look at all these pictures. I need to open up these two. Sorry, this is taking longer than I expected. Okay, did that actually open? Great, it did. So I don't know how we're going to lay out these images so that you can kind of see them all. We can say cascade all images or windows. Show stacked. Yeah, this doesn't really help us too much. We could zoom out on these. Are those all showing on screen at least? Yeah, I know this isn't the best way of showing it. But yeah, something that does stand out is, I guess, well, I have the Chrome bar showing up here too, but the header is greenish here, it's yellow here, it's not even existing there, and it's in a different format there. Then this bottom bar is supposed to be pretty unifying when you're not in the news page, I guess. So it doesn't show on login, that makes sense because you're logging in. It doesn't show on the news page because this is the main page. And edit avatar need to be changed to look like this style, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm saying that too, EJ. I don't know what the headers should be, and I gotta figure that out. No, I do it. It was just that Portland thing is already brought up. Yeah, so figure out how the header should look. When we get to the arena, this is starting to look very different with a totally new bright palette with tons of colors. So I think there are a lot of colors here because the bots themselves will bring up colors, and that's something that you can't really do anything about because they're always going to have their own vibrant colors that the players chose. But then, yeah, as far as the UI goes, there's this dark blue, which is the same as on the blueprints page. There's the footer, which brings up its own, like, 4 or 5 colors, I guess. This greenish, this bluish, this gray, the white, the red, the yellow. And then this yellow context bar. Hey, Steel Shoot. It's relationship weekend. Hey, Soul Sorcerers. I was gonna say I liked your jokes on Discord, Soul Sorcerers, and yeah, Patsy Boy. Yep, UI all week. We've got to do it. It's got to happen. Okay, well, I should probably copy some of this feedback. Let's just copy paste all of this stuff. Okay. So we get to UI stuff. So we get rid of this. Let's filter this down. Did I already work on SSL? No, I didn't. Nor will I probably do that on stream. What's the difference between the upper right and lower left corner? I think you're talking about here, right? So whatever I had in the upper right and in the lower left. Oh, so this is your avatar page. I'll show you in the game how these things are different. This is the avatar page. This is what you saw at the upper right. All you can do here is customize the look of your avatar. And then the other one is for editing a blueprint. You can customize the looks of it over here, which is like the avatar page, and you can customize what it actually has hardware-wise over here, and then also script and name and whatever else. So the avatar page is kind of a subset of the edit blueprint page. So thinking full game release coming out in a month or two? No, just beta. I know you know that, Patsy Boy, but other people might not, and I want to make it clear. Alright, but this doesn't matter. I guess the bots are not final. Pretty sure the amount of different colors. Never know what the real header is. Well, I don't know how much of this I should keep. Try to filter this down later. I am on my way to the arena. Let's mesmerized by Adam's window manager. Alright. Cool. Yeah, there. That's it. Hey, Fernie. And, alright, endured. Okay, so some feedback. Oh, we're coming back around. Yeah, as far as figure out what the header should look like, this is one of the things where I don't know how many notes he included here. Let's take a look. I meant with bright buttons. Oh, with. Gotcha. So in the arena view, I think getting rid of, let's talk about this. In the arena, getting rid of the header altogether is probably a good idea. I think Jason made a comment on this. Let me take a look. Where is it? Because he had written some notes. and I could have sworn he'd written something about this. Let me just copy paste the notes onto the screen. I thought I'd be able to read this quicker. So blueprints bar, updated style, solid color with a nod to actual blueprints, moved settings, now moved, oh yeah, here. Botcoin and salvage buttons float. If they are less obtrusive like this, perhaps they don't need to be hideable. I don't even know if these should show up. So here's what I'm thinking. In the arena, right now we can see this up here. This is your Botcoin and this is how many salvage packs you have. But you can't spend Botcoin from this page, and while you could open salvage packs, you can't use them from this page. And if they're going to show up on the headers of other pages anyway, so for example here, where you can spend Botcoin and opening salvage packs does matter, I think we just should remove them from the arena. Can see more of the arena. I like that there's still a way to access the settings and the store. As for showing Botcoin plus packs, you can't spend Botcoin on this page, and opening, and you can't use the contents of salvage packs on this page, so I think we should probably remove them altogether. So that's the arena header, which I think we just remove this, and then you can see as much of the arena as you could possibly see vertically. Then in the edit blueprint page, the header changes again to have store and settings up there. The weekend was really good. What's the way to go to the store and settings in the arena while removing the header? I will show you. It is up here. God, this brush is... How do I change this? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, up here. I wouldn't say floating overlay. Well, that's not how I would describe this, I guess. These buttons, at least. This floating overlay, I'm saying we should remove this altogether. Because, like I said, this is for Botcoin, which you can't spend on this page, and this is for salvage packs, which you can't use on this page. You could open them, sure, and you could, I guess, purchase them, but what's the point of that? Like, might as well just have it in a place where you can use. I thought this was only the floating part on the right with the numbers. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I figured when you said floating overlay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk to him about that because I like that these buttons are here. I think this is fine. I think a potential issue is that you're probably, if you're using the settings a lot, let's say, you're probably used to going over to the right side to see them because that's where they'd show on every other page, given that we have this settings button at the upper right. And what's the reason behind the new header in the other page? Yeah, I don't know. And I gotta ask about that because that's what I'm actually typing up right now. So in the edit blueprint page, I was gonna say it may be a little bit strange that settings are on the upper left corner instead of the upper right, but I think it's fine. So in the edit blueprint page, the header takes a totally different direction. I shouldn't say totally different, I'll say different direction. So for some reason on this page, we stop showing the normal header. I don't know why it would be different. Totally on board with the light header in the arena, but on classic page I prefer sticking to one design. Well, in this way I would say there's no header on the arena because I'm saying to get rid of this, and then the header would have been here in this section and we just wouldn't have that anymore. So I think this is the only real header section that we have, and that's not really a header. I'm fine with this being there. Of course, I don't know how 25 characters is going to fit here. Oh, that's what I call the light header? Oh, okay, got it, yeah. The store and settings buttons are on their own. The Botcoin and salvage view moves when the page moves. That's another thing that I think is a little bit strange about this. So here, this is in the upper left and it's above this box, the cosmetics. Now we take a look at the next Hang on, I gotta find the next one. Yeah, there are actually 2 more images here. This and this. Okay, so yeah. So it starts on the main page, it's aligned with this box. And it's on the left side of the screen. Then when you move this, it moves to the middle of the screen, which I think is natural. But when you look at hardware, it's still on the left side of the screen, but now it's over your avatar. And I just wonder, why wouldn't we have this in the header here like we have on every other page? So I'm gonna ask him that later. I like these Sweeto edit buttons though; those are pretty nice. I wonder if there's an X here. I think we should just have the standard header here, and then there's one more kind of header, right? I guess it wasn't really in the new mock-ups, but yeah, it was the old style that we had. So this sort of thing. Yeah, I'd probably do things that way. Okay, but then as for this page, so we'll have the bot name here. I think that works pretty well. We'll have a smaller footer section. We have edit script, we have update. Then we have this back button. I guess this is cancel. Maybe he changed it for colors, like with all the new colors. The previous header was too pale. Yeah, he said he wanted to go more for something that was gray here. I don't mind the color, definitely. I guess it's just that this being outside of this is what I'm talking about, and then these being over here. I'm not sure why those changes were made. And then I don't know if he wants to use this style for everything, then on pages, then where does this go on other pages, I guess. So anyway, I'll talk to him about that, because I like the old style of things. And then there was something else I wanted to say. Editing a bot. Oh, yeah. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder what this is for, this X. Also, I don't see a way to delete your bot from here. Maybe that's what the X was. Edit blueprint page. Canceling out of this dialog. There's also edit script. Yeah. Closing the previous button. So canceling out of this dialog takes place from the bottom right. History.previous in the console. No, I could see this. This makes sense that you cancel over here, but given that you, let me resize this. God, these toolbars from GIMP are just all over the place. Makes it really hard to see. How to size windows. There we go. Yeah, so the update button is over here on the right side, and the cancel button is over here. I think this is unified with all the other pages now, and that we always have a way to go back on the left side. So anyway, yeah, does canceling out of this take place from the bottom right? Or bottom left? Places the bot in a bin, patting it down to ensure it's dead. Single window mode. The thing is, I don't necessarily want single window mode. I guess having that for right now isn't so bad, but yeah, I just moved the toolbars on my other page. So does canceling out of this dialog take place from the bottom left? And the other thing I want to ask is, oh yeah, how do you delete your bot? I think it may be the red X in the bottom left, but that, yeah, if not, I'm not sure what that X is. Now that you're showing a global picture of this view, I wonder if it wouldn't be better from a UX standpoint to have things reverted. Can you show this view one more second so I can take a screenshot and show you what I mean? Yeah, sure, hang on. Let me zoom in on this. No, we can't do that. Okay, well, then this is the size you're going to have to take a screenshot of. So then let's take a look at some of the other elements here. I like the edit buttons. I like that there's, edit loadout and edit style, and we could probably change those. Oh yeah, colors I wanted to comment on. Do we want to allow changing colors here? If so, should we have it on the avatar page? I'm worried that people are going to think that this is just going to change the color of this bot. Also, this would take place immediately. Hey, Pickle. Oh, you're subbed to Avni. Nice. One, your colors affect all of your bots. This may not be obvious if you only have one blueprint. This may not be obvious. Two is that everything else with respect to blueprints takes place only when you save your defense or commence your attack, but colors would be updated immediately. Would you pay immediately to update your colors here? If so, if not, that means saving your defense or commencing your attack. If yes, then it's a slightly different. These would have that expectation. If not, that means saving your defense or commencing your attack would have a cost associated with it that you may not be able to pay if you spend money in between changing colors and saving your defense. Would it be easier to say what you think about everything and send the bot? Yeah, it could be. I think what usually ends up happening with these things is that I'll meet with him and I'll just show him relevant screenshots, and that way we can have a conversation about this stuff. I think sending a VOD means that I need to go through this pretty efficiently and I guess waste more of your guys' time. Because this is me working on UI, it's just not me coding, and I think the coding stuff is what I should get to eventually. So then script here, and there needs to be a way to remove a script without deleting it. There should be a way to unassign a script without having to delete it. What else is there on this page that I wanted to talk about? Wait, also this X only shows up in... Weird. No, I don't understand this. There are 3 pages that he mocked up. 1 is the main page, and then 2 is when you click this edit button, and 3 is when you click this edit button. And this is where the page slides into one side to indicate that you're editing just this stuff now. I mean, that's already what's happening in the game. So it's this view, and this view. So there are 5 panels, and at any point you're looking at 3 of them. So when cosmetic items or hardware items are showing, you see this little X down here. So yeah, I'm not totally sure what that was supposed to be, but you don't see it here when neither one is expanded. So strange. Is this the new look for the UI? Yeah, it is. And I'm just making some comments before I eventually pursue what I can with these pages. So this will be changed to... Here, I think it makes sense to have these. And in fact, you know what he might have done? He might have just copy-pasted this over to there and then modified some colors. And so this was not a thoughtful thing. Who knows? And that's why I say I'll talk to him about this later. Because he might just be like, yeah, I didn't mean to put this there. And I don't want this there. So I think I'll just remove it. The other things here, though, I think are probably fine. Yeah. So now let's look at the inventories. And I think these are straightforward enough. We have head, torso, and foot. And that's pretty similar to what we have here, too. Obviously, styles are totally different, but we have a scroll spy for this stuff. So we're going to do something pretty similar there. Make the item images stand out more and take up more of the space. He has it showing here such that there are about 5 on the page at one time. And in the game, I have it showing, yeah, like way more than that. But we don't have to do this select item to see details thing. So, yeah, I like the bigger pictures, and I think that's going to be necessary. And having the filter is going to be important, too. I do need to have him add how many of these are owned and how many are available. You said about what the changing colors would do. I think it tells you below that it'll change bots, hence all of them. Not sure if this is what you meant or what Jason intended, but yeah, trying to be useful. No, okay, so this text, even if it's not correct, could just be changed so that it is correct. But what I was getting at is this. When you are on the main page, hey Revenant Pariah, not sure how obvious those section icons are. I think this is the kind of thing that as you use, you'll sort of realize, and if not, you'll just click it and see what happens. But the way this is a scroll spy, so as I scroll down and torso starts to show, you can see it highlights torso now. And I scroll down even more and foot shows, and now it's highlighting foot. So if you just click these and you're like, oh, this is just scrolling the dialogue, I think you'd get used to it. Now, the reason I think you're commenting on the icons in particular and how these might not be the best icons to use. These are what make up the default bot, which is the Omega bot. So I know it's not the most obvious since the foot item here is a set of wheels. And so if we expand these things, you end up with... Why is this not doing anything? Why isn't this doing anything? Uh-oh. Oh, this is a major problem if this isn't working. Oh boy. Oh no. Yeah, what's going on? Apparently nothing's going on. This just doesn't... That works. And that works. Just doesn't work for the default? No, it's working now. What did I do? I don't know. What happened? Let's try that again. Let's try to do exactly what I just did. I did default, default, default. And then I started changing this. Well, it looks like it's working now. I don't know what I did the first time. Anyway, yeah, so you can see that this foot piece is the same icon that shows up here. And yeah, I know it's not the most obvious. Oh, I wrote Omega first? Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, thank you both. That is exactly what the problem is. Thank God you guys are paying attention. This is the questions I had from a UX standpoint. Why is OK smaller than the back button? Why is the back button green? Green means go most of the time. Yeah, okay, I'll include this too. No, I'm doing. Yeah, so by the way, the reason that works is because if I type something like just a made up thing like forest, it's going to say I can't find that piece, so let's use the default piece. But then changing this is going to try to change it on forest, which doesn't exist. All right, so yeah, we need to see quantities owned and how many are in use. For cosmetics, we need to show the quantity owned and the quantity in use. If none are available, the cosmetic item should look disabled. Button is green because background of edit blueprint is green. Yeah, so, and this was a stylistic choice that is applied to every page. But I see what Hideo's saying is like green means go, yellow means back. So why not just use a yellow bar here? But then I think by using yellow there, it would stand out more. So I'm not sure what to do here, but these are things that are just worth bringing up. And then for hardware, what do we have? Wonder if there's anything here that I think hardware is much more straightforward, given that you can just always equip it. Yeah. Now you would need to know that you can click this stuff. But I don't think that's a problem. But yeah, one of the things I want to ask Jason is, what does equipping this stuff look like? Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I have something to share with you. What does equipping hardware look like? Are we still going to drag onto level selectors? If so, how will those look? Is it possible to replace acceleration missiles with regular missiles when all 7 slots have been used? Did I know him before starting the game, or did you find him? So the way this actually worked is I co-founded Xtonomus originally with a guy named Ian. Ian knew Jason, the UX designer. So I didn't know Jason originally, but Ian knew Jason originally, and I knew Ian originally. So let's see. Is there anything else I should write here? Oh yeah, I gotta get these graphics. Yeah, I really like what Jason's done for this stuff. And I'll include this in feedback here. Yeah, so these graphics, I don't know how many of you noticed this without me pointing it out, but they're different from the ones I have, and there's something that we are going to have in the game. But right now, lasers have this, I don't know what you call this, a handle and a trigger, and they're going to change to just being like mounted rifles, which I think is going to look better on bots. So I'm going to mention this. Could I get the new cutout laser hardware that removes the handle from the weapon? Also, do we want the handle-based lasers anywhere in the game, or are we removing that graphic entirely? I saw the image, but I didn't. I'm assuming this is from something, and I don't know what it's from. Okay, so is there anything else I need to comment on here? Let's look through this batch just one more time. Yeah, I don't think so. There's one last thing that I didn't show you guys. That is this. We got new tiles for the computer set. And these tiles don't have... Let me show you. They don't have any of these things on them. So all the little chips and resistors, and they're all gone. So you guys, I don't know how many of you have been confused by this because you've been watching me make this, but a lot of people who I showed the tutorial to were like, oh, what's this? And they try clicking it. And also this looks very tile oriented. So how it's probably going to look in the future will be something a little more like this. yeah, I think this still looks nice. I mean, it's still tiles and everything, and we can rotate these however we want and do anything else. But yeah, I think it'll look good. So that's one of the other things I need to do in this UI work. And I'll write this down at the end. I don't think it'll be a huge change, because those chips and everything were supposed to be somewhat rare. I mean, here you can see it picked the same one a whole bunch of times, but every single time you go into the arena, it just randomizes a different thing. And it does look like these should have some function to them because they're so rare. If they were like every other tile, you'd just be like, yeah, okay, fine. It's just a thing. I think it looks better with the resistance chips, but if people are getting confused, it makes sense. Yeah, I think this is to alleviate confusion and make it look less tiley, because you could definitely see all the tile boundaries here. I don't know if it's less obvious here or not. You could still draw some vertical lines, but it's a little bit harder to see where exactly those lines would go because this breaks up some of the boxiness. How about the other themes you had for the playfield? They also have small transistors or anything similar? I can show you what those look like, but we're not going to have those for beta, so we're going to just stick with the computer tile set. So originally we had walls and pits planned for the game. So walls would stop bots and projectiles, and pits would just stop bots. So you could still shoot a laser over a pit, but you couldn't shoot a laser through a wall. So these tile sets all together, we had, I mean, they're interesting, definitely, but we don't have a use for these tiles anymore, really any of the walls and pits, which cuts out a whole bunch of these graphics, which is unfortunate because someone did these, I paid for these, and now we can't use them anymore. So all the ones I highlighted are just going to be gone, not used in the game. And the desert tiles I was never colored, but I can't imagine it would be like too much more work to color them, given that they've already colored some other ones. But all of these would probably go away. So chips and circuits and everything else on other tiles would be on the desert tile, like mice and rabbits and cacti and snakes. What if you kept the chips but made them a lower opacity so they blended in better? Yeah, but at that point, do they stop looking like chips? I mean, wouldn't they look kind of like they're painted on or something? But it's something I think we'll have to see. So use new tile graphics. And I believe there's something here saying to use the new CPU graphic. I hope so. Yeah. Hey, Liquidor. /CPU graphics. Alright, well, that is everything for the administrative stuff. I think we can update this. This is done. Figure out the plan for today. I think we're going to finish up the arena view and then probably move on to edit blueprint. Yeah. Finish the arena view with respect to the context bar, probably. Don't do header stuff just yet. Yeah, and this is part of what's frustrating sometimes about UI iterations is we're going to get rid of this header, but I spent a bunch of time getting this header to work, and now it's just going to be gone. It's going to change a bunch of different things. Gaming zone? What is that? Huh. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't think I'd ever play the game with this header on. It would have been closed for me anyway. And if I'm going to have it closed, I should just have it closed for everything. Although, actually, one of the other things we could do is the bottom bar there. I wonder if I should tackle that footer stuff then. I started coding React stuff yesterday. The latest version of React Router makes no sense to me at all. I think there was a reason why they updated, but I haven't looked too much into the version 4 of that, so I can't tell you. Yeah, I think one of the issues we're going to run into is screen size problems eventually. I mean, we have a bunch of things here. And test defense, what does that have for us? I think in general, we're going to end up theming these buttons differently. We'll probably have that same footer bar. And I'll say test defense. And we'll have some information there. I'm not sure what again. So finish the arena stuff. If there's any extra time, start on probably the edit blueprint page. So let's see, Monday, Adam is working on the arena view and then maybe the edit blueprint view. Here are the more nearly final mock-ups. Okay, so let's just make another imager album of this stuff. I'll put, where are all the images? This one. Where's this? Hang on a second. I don't know why I closed this. Here we go. So we want 3, 4, 5, 6. Just put all these online. All right, take care, Mitch. Day 365 is this Friday. Okay, cool. So we can almost get to work. Almost. Fontland Day 365 is coming up this Friday, August 4th. It's very likely going to be a normal work day, other than a few special treats. The real celebration will probably be, I think, August 10th. Yeah. No, that's good, Mitch. I think it's good that you're focusing on work because, yeah, I think it's tough to watch a stream all day and still interact and be good at what work you're doing. Is Portal 2 going to happen for 365? So Portal 2 could happen on the celebration day. I'm not sure about that. I still need to talk to Programmer D. But during the day, I mean, unless he takes the day off work or something, during the day it's probably going to be solo games. The problem is, and this is what I had been mentioning earlier, is that day 365 itself, my day is going to go something like this. Like 9 start stream, 5 end stream, like 6 or 7 get in car and go to weekend plans. And then Friday night, Saturday night, it's stay for weekend plans. And the weekend plans, by the way, we're running our first 10K race, which I don't think I'm going to really race for. I think I'm just going to try to complete the run. Okay, so we could check in this miter limit stuff, but I think for right now, yeah, I'm not going to post today. I think tomorrow maybe I'll do that though. No, I don't really run a whole lot. I told you guys we went running on Saturday, but I run like once every week or two. And that's it. And then after this race, I don't really plan on running too much more. Yeah, I gotta finish this check-in from the other day. Let's close out of this stuff. matter just yet. So this is me changing everything over to this context bar component. I just never checked it in. And I think this could probably be structured a little bit better. There's going to be a million linting issues. The ice cream was really good. What's the point of running? So my wife is into running a little bit more now. She started, so I mentioned last year we started this sort of, well, we didn't start the club, but we started running in someone else's running club. And I think that was the first time my wife was really like serious about running. And so I joined her just to kind of give her company. But now the runs keep getting longer and longer, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. I should still give her company for this stuff. I don't want to get to the point where I'm running a marathon or something. Even when running 6 miles, I just keep thinking, God, a marathon, it just takes so long to do. It's 26 point something miles, right? 26.1 or something. My club now. Is this just unused? Define but never used. Yeah, all these things are unused. So inline flex is never used here, and generic base 64 image is never used here. So that's all the linting issues. Cool. We're done with that. So now let's look at context bar. I don't think you guys saw me make this class. I made context bar hardware loadout. Oh, and then like none of these things are used. State. Find all. My player, workbench, and in-game. So my player, workbench, and in-game. There. Even more lines gone. Get name returns no name. Description text. Sure. Cool. I made a context bar component. Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys watch any Ludum Dare streams over the weekend? Anything cool happen? Because I was super busy this weekend. I watched like minutes of Twitch, whereas normally it'd probably be hours. Loadout could explicitly just be a hardware loadout. And even then, I don't know if this is a good idea. It's simple enough. Yeah, I guess this doesn't matter too much. Saw a few, nothing crazy. Kind of get turned off by Unity streamers. You know, if I were ever to do another game after this, I'd almost definitely be using a game engine. And I've heard this sentiment before about, oh, I don't like watching people use Unity, but I don't understand that sentiment. So, Liquidor and EJ, do you mind explaining what is it for you guys that you don't like that? I'm not saying you shouldn't have that opinion. I just want to know what it is. Okay, now this miter limit stuff, I really, really wanted to mess around with this for a little bit. So this we're just going to cancel. Have I made a game in a game jam? I have not. I've never done a game jam. Not a lot at home. Just made a little post on the Discord mentioning it. But you're still building your own stuff, even if you're using Unity. You're watching someone fiddle with an interface rather than writing code. I don't know. I don't see it the same way. But like I said, my point is not to convince you to change your mind on that. Okay, so the miter limit that I added here. So if we get rid of this, you guys will be able to see what it is that I was talking about with that spiky text. I don't think it's that you disbelieved me or something, but I will show you this. So take a look at this. This is very subtle because of how I changed how text renders a bit, but you can see these little spikes on the M. And again, that is due to miter limit. So if we were to set this number to something very large, we'd probably see just a ridiculous effect here. So let's try this out. Actually, that's not that ridiculous. It's a limit, so it doesn't necessarily use it, but I don't know how. I don't know what happens if we set it to this. It could be that just... No, alright, it doesn't seem to matter here. But if we set this to 1, that effect just goes away completely. So one thing we can do is, what was it called? Join line or something? Line join. Bevel, round, and miter. So line join, if I say bevel. Also, if we stop doing this whole font size times 4 and then scale back, I think it'd be way more obvious. In fact, let's try that out. Let's set this to normal, and then this to this, and then this to this. So this is probably gonna look terrible. Yeah. So the font itself looks blurry, but you can also see those spikes are ridiculous now. This is just how text in the game used to look. Because I didn't know what to do. So now I'm going to keep it blurry, but I want to just see what bevel looks like. And then I want to see what rounded looks like. So yeah, bevel looks fine. We don't have those text spikes. And what about rounded? Rounded is probably less performant. Yeah, rounded looks fine too. Actually, not really. Unless rounded also uses the miter limit, in which case we just set this to 1. And then that would mean that, yeah, it apparently does use it. In which case maybe it's not even rounding it. I don't know. So I think we just set this to bevel, or we just change the miter limit. Either one of these is fine. And then we do the same thing we did before to get text to look pretty good. So now the text should be pretty crisp. Yeah, I forgot to multiply this by 4. I typed 2. Okay, the text should be pretty crisp. Yep. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. And the other thing we could do is change this. We could test a couple different things, just see if we notice a difference. I don't know if we will. So let's take a picture of this. So here's picture number 1. And we'll refresh. And here's picture number 2. Do we even see a difference? Let's do it this way, I guess. There. So do you guys see any difference in text right now? I mean, it's a little hard to tell because the background changed of this thing. But in general, these are kind of the same. I don't see any difference. Yeah, I don't see any difference. There might be some like very minor thing going on here, but in general these look exactly the same to me. The point is they look good. If I set this to 10, I think we would start to notice a difference. Or maybe that's just so small that it wouldn't matter too much. What if I set this to 100? Oh yeah, we start to notice those spikes again because of the roundedness. Yeah. Okay, fine. Well, we'll just set this to 1. And we don't need a let different line join. So anywhere that we're using new pixie.txt, I'm just going to throw in a style that has, what is this? The miter limit set. Interesting. There we don't even specify a style. So it's using whatever the default is. Which I wonder why, because this is supposed to be a pretty important UI. And then gets right as texture. So in here, when we say open pack, oh, there's no outline, so I guess this doesn't look bad, but eventually we're going to change this. And either way, there are bigger problems with this UI, like this thing being off to the right. Yeah. Okay, so Pixie.js. Let's add this here. Also, there are apparently 3 line join properties. Bevel, round, and miter. Not sure if all of these work for Pixie, but they seem to be in Canvas. Great, so delete this stuff. But yeah, that Reddit comment is what let me know. Someone was like, hey, this is because someone messed up the miter limit in Illustrator. I'm like, what? What is miter limit? I sent to them a message saying, thank you very much for giving me a detailed answer. They also got like 150 upvotes or something by the time I sent them that message. Let's figure out plan for today is going to be arena stuff. Okay, cool. It's testing my defense. I click test and it works sometimes. However, sometimes. Yeah, I know about this bug. I don't know what causes it though. Because, yeah, this is super annoying, Patsy boy. And I know exactly what you mean. I should take some time to fix this. Here's the bug. Go back, test, choose preset, start test. So go back, test, choose preset, start test. This actually does work. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. I lost my bots once already because I didn't save. Oh man, Patsy boy, I'm sorry. Yeah, there are a few of these very high priority bugs I'm gonna have to fix. Yeah, until then, you'll just have to save before you test, which I know is not strategically the best because you want to test your strategy before you save. But yeah, sorry. I've had that happen to me a bunch of times. I just never fixed it and I really should. Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, let's go to the UI work stuff. Yeah, that's true, Patsy boy. But once I already know about the bug, I really should fix it. There are a couple of things that I think are pretty pressing that I just haven't gotten to yet because I've been working on UI so much. Anyway, this is done. For a CPU, so when you select an entity, we need to know that you've selected an entity. I guess we're starting with the CPU. Structure info panel. Let's take a look. Here it is. So we would show life, max life. What else do we have here? Yeah, life, max life, a picture, which the only way to do that is to know what kind of entity this is. I guess we know that it's a structure. But we don't know what kind of structure it is. Entity type. Oh boy. Well, we'll want to get its exact picture, but I guess this is okay for right now. Okay, not too bad. I think we can do this stuff. So in context bar, we have render hardware loadout. We don't necessarily want a hardware loadout for this though. So when you click this, it's going to show you this. It's going to have a CPU image here and say CPU and have a description and then nothing, I guess. That'll probably look very strange. I see it, Liquidor. to him about that. When you have a bot selected, we show the hardware loadout. When you have a chip or CPU selected, what should will have a bunch of blank space because those don't have hardware. Yeah, I should include a picture of that. But yeah, for now, let's go take a look. So context bar, render, hardware loadout, this dot render hardware. That's only if we have something that can render hardware. God, some of this stuff is going to be annoying to do. Hey, wizard, how's it going? I mean, that is something I copy pasted, EJ. I don't know how much I'm going to filter that stuff out. So all of this about rendering this is just a bad idea. I'll go here, I guess. Well, cool. There's that. What about this code? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Wizard, but there is an FAQ. So if you're asking about what language the code is in, you'll find that here. If you're asking what is the code for, those are the top 3 questions. I'm making a game and I'm making it in JavaScript. Those are the short answers to those questions. But again, depending on what you're asking, you might find it here. If not, feel free to ask me. I don't mind answering this stuff. I don't know what you're asking. And I'm working on UI specifically. So you always have the today command you can use. Okay, so we want to know when we have a structure selected. We want to know when you have an entity, or I guess there are different things. So entity is either bot or not a bot. And then we have a blueprint. So when a bot or a blueprint is selected, show hardware. Is entity selected? This should just check into this state. So we have view structure and view bot, and it is selected and is showing. Let's do it this way. And this is all in in-game state? Yeah. So if, oh, it's not actually, that's not how this works. Anyway, if viewBot is selected or view structure dot is showing. And has hardware loadout. Wizard. At this point, I am gonna. I mean, I did already answer that it's a game. That's why I'm just gonna link you to the FAQ again. But yeah, it's a game. It's online. You can play it right now if you want to. So has hardware loadout is gonna be either that a bot is selected or that we just have a blueprint. So we do this, and we do this. It's no blueprint or ubot is selected. Then we use this thing instead of whatever it is I did. So if not this dot has hardware loadout, just return no. And now here we'd have to get the hardware, which is not how we would want to do things here. And ID, that shouldn't be necessary either. Hooray. to do use bot ID and say, no, we can't even do that. We need to make some like special composited ID. Hey yo, how's it going? Let's composite a bot or blueprint and the bot or blueprint's ID here in order to know when it changes. Okay. So render icon, where does that come from? Here. And this takes a whole bunch of stuff that we don't necessarily have. Hey Ifo. Happy Monday. So in this case, the icon comes from the blueprint. In the case of a CPU being selected, it comes from the type of entity. So where does this even show? Yeah, okay, like that. Okay, let's try something. Let's see what happens when I do this. I have a feeling something's gonna break. So I click this. That doesn't matter. I click this. That works. I click this. I can't even do that. Some problem here. Can I read cosmetics of null? Yeah. I was afraid of that. Although I'm a little bit surprised. Oh yeah, because of this. Yeah, of course. Okay, great. So then let's figure out how we change this. Render icon. The icon's going to render the same way every time. It's this that needs to change. And even, this is going to be annoying. I wonder if we could make it so that I just pass in either cosmetics primary color and secondary color, or I pass in just a sprite ID. Hey Clayman. It'd be nice to have a component that wraps base64 image such that if I pass it cosmetics/colors, it renders colorized sprite. And if I pass it a sprite ID, it just renders that sprite ID. This is not that hard to do, is it? How do I do this? It's intended to be a string. It represents a hash of the source material. Should be the item ID as a string. You're loading an image from the item ID in colors, maybe a string like this. Everyone doesn't have to know how images are loading, and it can still react to changes. Wow. Well, I think we wrap this. We make like a, I don't know what to say. Let me just copy paste this and see what I would do here. Let's get rid of the enhanced stuff. I don't care about that. We'll get rid of this and this and this. Yeah, I think this would probably be simple in the end. I do need to test this though, because we want to turn this with whatever children were passed into us. What's that? Children and child props. Where's child props come from? Style. Is that a good idea? Okay, I don't even know what to call this, or I don't know where I saved this, but we have generic base64 image. We could say something like base64 image wrapper. I always heard JavaScript games would be multi-platform. Is that just in smartphones can use browsers? Or can one compile JavaScript easily into apps? So there was actually a decent amount of conversation about this on Discord today, which you're welcome to join. But in general, the way, so yes, if you just write a website, so if I go to like bot.land, I didn't do anything to make this mobile specific, and this site will just load on mobile, and hovering over these will change the colors, despite the hovering on a touch device is not intuitive. So there is that property that you mentioned, yes. But there's also that, yeah, there are a lot of libraries out there, like PhoneGap and Cordova, that will convert this into something that makes it look more native. What do you want to do with this component? So what I wanted to do, I have a base64 image, and all this thing does is lazily load the image as a base64 string. I wanted a wrapper for this that would pass in the right props for this thing. So basically, we have something like this. We have generic base64 image, and you have something like this. So here's one example. This is like cosmetics plus colors. And then you may also have one like this. This would be something like just item ID. And this might call a different function, get base64 image from item ID. So I just wanted a way for, and then either one of these would just have like desktop props have children. So I wanted a way to pass this in a more, I want something where I could just say generic base64 image wrapper and then pass in either cosmetics equals blah, color 1, color 2, or be able to pass in item ID. And then it could figure out which one of these things to call into and what loader function to use. I don't think this is going to be possible now that I think about it a little bit more. Because there are some functions I'm going to have to change. What's the longest you ever searched for a solution to a bug in your code? I don't know, because after a while, if there's something I can't find a solution to, I might just stop looking. But Xylem in general, I think there are some bugs. There's one I just fixed today that's been in the code base for like 2 years. And there are some other things that had taken like 5-6 months before they were finally solved. And nice wizard. That's good. Yeah, so there are some different ways I could do this. But yeah, these loader functions aren't just given to this thing. Makes me think I should probably do this differently. I guess no matter what, this has a load function on it. It's not probably like get base64 image data. God, I don't want this stuff to exist here. I think this is ridiculous. I think it's just a static function, so why does it need to exist? So it can get the spreadsheet dictionary and the render. Oh god. Man. Hey Expo. Some Pixie wrapper. That does exist. An item template depot exists. So we just need the image cache and the spreadsheet dictionary, which is probably going to be impossible. Hey Chris. And hey Gazillionaire. Is this an HTML5 game using React.js? Yeah, I'd say so. The renderer is WebGL. Sounds like I'm having a Monday. Well, this is always something that's been questionable. Man, what does this cache look like? Base64 image cache. This is its own object. It's an LRU. Can't you make the base component connected and have it use whatever's necessary depending on your props? Yeah, that's one of the things I'm thinking of now. The problem is there are a couple of props that are not available right now to Redux. Well, to React, I should say. So I need to do something like what I did for configure store, where I have just git functions for all these things. And then there's, this. If action.needs pixie wrapper. So I need to say like if action.needs sprite cache. I guess that's not impossible for me to do. Yeah, I guess I could do that stuff. And I think that would make this a lot neater. I hope. Oh man. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. I think that's the design. Monday. You know, I felt pretty good working on this on the weekend. I was just playing some music and getting to work. And for some reason, I was kind of dreading today. I don't know why. I think it was just getting back into UI and doing this for another solid week. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done. So yeah, this is the first change we're going to have to make. Refactor base64 image data so that it doesn't need to be passed in images. Okay, so make an actions file for base64 stuff. Provide any missing components in configure store so that setup React can be refactored. This is the sprite sheet dictionary, which I think was missing, and the base64, hey Boke, base64 image cache. And then probably change generic base64 image. Yeah. So that it can take any of a number of properties and figure out how to load images for you. And then delete base64 image wrapper if it still exists in the code base. Yeah, there. So there are things that we have to do. I think if I were to do this as fast as possible, it could probably take half an hour. So let's see how long it actually takes, because I'm probably not going to do it as fast as possible. Then we get back to this stuff. I guess after all this stuff, it's going to be make sure images still load across the whole UI. If I can do something. Why Sublime against Atom? I think in general, this is sort of answered here, because it's this whole like why to use Windows, and it's the same thing for why to use Sublime. I've gotten used to it, and I don't think I'm lacking much in terms of efficiency. That's about it. So make an actions file for the base64 stuff. We don't have something like this already, but I think that actually is going to be separate from this. So move things from setup React. We have a bunch of these get base64. We have cosmetics, primary, secondary color. Okay, yeah, so there's 3 of these things. There's cosmetics plus primary color plus secondary. There is item, primary and secondary. Item ID, primary and secondary. And there is just sprite name. How old am I? So there are a lot of these things that are mentioned on the FAQ. I really suggest anyone new to the stream that you check out the FAQ, because I've been streaming for almost 2 years now, and practically every question has been asked, and I don't mind answering these things again. In this particular case, this is just a question I don't answer, and that's all the FAQ is going to tell you. But chances are part of the reason I mention this stuff, because I know this might sound like snobby if I keep saying, hey, go check out the FAQ, is because if you're asking 2 or 3 of the questions on here, chances are you're going to be interested in the answers for a bunch of these other questions. Like, how are you affording to work on the game? Or is this your full-time job? Or how do you plan on making money with the game? These are all things that if I did answer every time someone asked me, I'd probably just spend an extra like 2 hours a day answering questions. So I don't mean to sound rude, Gazillionaire or Boke. I do have some of these things online already, and it does save some time. Okay, so any missing components. I think the only things we're needing, and let's copy all of these into their own file. That way I can just see them next to each other. Get base64 image data, this one too. So what do we have already? We have the Redux store, so let's just get rid of that. We don't have the spreadsheet dictionary. Right? No, we don't. So need spreadsheet dictionary. So now we can delete that from here. Pixie renderer, I think we actually have, surprisingly. Well, we have the Pixie wrapper, and that gives us the renderer. Don't know why this even exists there. Item template depot, we do have, yes. These are parameter, and then the base64 image cache. So yeah, just those two things. Okay. Well, we do the same thing we've always done. Main get item template depot. So we're just gonna have different ones here. We're gonna say something like get spreadsheet dictionary. And we're gonna have one for get base64 image cache. And then just pass these into, at this point, configure store should really just take in parameters, because this is getting ridiculous. Which is another refactoring we should do. We should do that after this. Make configure store take in params instead of a crazy list of stuff. Two more pieces to add here, and these are both functions. So function, put these down here. Great. And then probably pass these things over here. So sound manager middleware, we're gonna need two of these things. And base64 image cache middleware. They're all going to be roughly the same, so let's just copy paste this. Yeah. So needs spreadsheet dictionary. And this will be the spreadsheet dictionary. And we have a get spreadsheet dictionary function. Cool. And one more for the base64 image cache. Oh, whoops. Needs base64 image cache. Hey, Pawn. Well, there it is. There it all is. So now if I save this file again, these red things should go away. Yeah. Can I explain what that does? Yeah, actually, I have a different FAQ that talks about that. I don't know where that is. Where did I put that? Oh, maybe I didn't put that there. Oh, welcome back. No, Gazillionaire, that's totally fine. Arrow functions, here we go. Yeah, thanks for resubbing 10 months. 10 months. Goodness. Yeah, welcome back, Shrimp. Prawn. Yeah, so the arrow syntax is just another way of defining a function. It changes how this is handled. And in JavaScript, this is any of like 4 different things based on how you invoke a function. And so the arrow makes it so that this refers to whatever it was outside of that scope, which is usually what you want. So if you've ever seen JavaScript code that said something like var that equals this and then went on to do some extra code here, this will alleviate that problem or any binding you might have done. Who has a prawn emote? Apparently, Better Twitch TV does. Looks like Lambda and C#. Yeah, yeah. It is very similar to that. Okay, so we have these. Next, make an actions file for base64 stuff. So what's our smallest action file? Apparently MISC. We'll just export this. We'll save this as base64.js. Sure. Sure. Why did I do this? Oh yeah, so I can put the setup React stuff in there. Where is that? Didn't I write this down? I didn't write this down. Delete the wrapper, make sure images load. Yeah, move all of the functions from setup React here. Hey, Wayne Go Chin. Is that a Viking hat? Here, I will zoom in for you. Kappa is a user of many hats, as we know. Okay, so setup React has to go there. So we basically just get rid of all of this. And we're gonna get rid of all this in such a way that it looks like what the item one looks like. Inventory. That is a stupid hat. And Perry has spoken, everybody. That is a stupid hat. Item template depot. Gotta be here somewhere. Here it is. Gotcha. But this is synchronous, this stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh man, that adds another layer to this. Request sync. My goodness. EJ, do you want to give a TLDR for that? I don't know what's going on, and I don't have Bitcoin. Request sync. Okay, we'll figure out how this is gonna work. Oh wow, there are more kappas than I thought. But 2 of those are only for Twitch Prime users, right? And what it's called, Twitch Turbo. Ivar. Is it the same as Botcoin? I'm forking Botcoin tomorrow. Yeah, all this is gonna change. Get base64 image data, all these functions. Oh boy. And then we stop using them wherever they were. So these 3. Get rid of the use of these functions from setup React and the stop props.route. They're now actions in actions/base64, so import them from there. We're forking it to Bitcoin Cash. Huh, why is that? Base64 image generator is a set of static functions. Okay, well that makes sense. I suppose this could all probably just be lumped into one file eventually. Let's find out where this exists, because it's nowhere near here. 1, 2... Oh, just two directories from here. You heard the man. Sell, 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 buy, buy, buy. EJ gave you this 100% true to real life stock tip. Just lost 20 methods. Skytrace, how did you lose them? Was it like your computer restarted without saving a file or something? Because I compulsively save, and I think a lot of programmers do the same thing, where you'll make a change to a file. Like here, you might be like, okay, like hello world, and you'll just hit Control S automatically. It just gets drilled into how you end up coding. That way you can't lose more than a couple seconds worth of code. So this is going to be needs item template depot. We're going to need to make these things. Get base 64 image data. So we just need to pass in item ID, primary color undefined, and secondary color undefined. Is there another one of these? Yeah, there is. These are technically optional. Okay, so request sync. This is not how this is going to work at all. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, this is going to be bonkers. All right. So we paste this up to here. Redux store is not needed because we have it. It's the state that we want. This is so bad. Oh man. Where is the Redux store anyway? This was just needed for colors. And what there's get state, so this needs to be an object, not a function. I've made a terrible mistake. Okay, well, when I said this would take half an hour, that was assuming that I hadn't done this stupid thing. But I had done this stupid thing. So now, we need to spend another at least half hour to get rid of these changes. Tried moving directories. The interface only handles groups. I somehow deleted them. Oh man. I hate Cynical Dev. The progress I made in 8 months. Well, there are 3 recap videos that can cover that. Hey, Flawless. I don't really watch anime, so I don't have too many opinions on it. And then the other thing you can check out is how to play. So if you want to watch videos, those videos cover pretty much the last 8 months. Not the last month, I'd say. So they cover like 7 months ago to 1 month ago. That's pretty much what you asked for. And then you could also just play the game if you want to see it. Okay, yeah, having this Redux store get passed in just for the sake of getting your colors is not smart. Yeah, this shouldn't happen here. Oh boy, yeah, this shouldn't happen here. This is gonna take a long time to fix. Yeah, thanks, Gazillionaire. Yeah, there's been a lot of work in the last week to just make it look better, and not all those changes are even online yet, but we're not even done with that. I mean, I don't know if you looked at the today command. I know I'm just spamming commands here. Oh boy. Oh, let's fix that. This got a period at the end of the link. But this is how this new UI is going to look too. So it's going to look even better. So many differences, it's horrible. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that update myself. Edit com today. Yeah, let me ban that guy, Expo. Sorry about that. I'm ruining your chat experience. So it turns out I first need to refactor. Base 64 image generator so that it doesn't rely on the Redux store. It was a poor design choice to begin with. Actually, we don't need that. I think the actions layer is what will provide these if we don't already have them. I just need to figure out where these functions are called, and I really, really hope it's not anywhere else. So let's find out, shall generator dot. Please don't be anywhere. Please don't be anywhere. What is this? Get base 64 image data from Sprite Lock. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about that. And what is this? Darn it. No! Wait, no, this doesn't matter. No, we don't need the Redux store there. Right? I don't think this is necessary. Get base 64 image data. Where is this done? Here. Redux store. Assert that it's an object. That can just be deleted. And if that's nil, then we get rid of that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have a battle plan for that. Now we just need to make sure I can have a battle plan for everything. Oh, good. No, that's it. We're done. Oh, thank God. Okay, that was a minor heart attack followed by a swift recovery. So we just need to be very careful about refactoring this. To give some explanation as to what's going on here, I have, which this happens in programming all the time, I have problem A. And in order to solve problem A, I ran into problem B. And in order to solve that, this time I actually ran into a third level of problem. So I am currently trying to solve this, which will let us solve this, which will let us solve the original thing I was trying to do. So we're like 3 levels away from what I wanted to do, and now we're modifying code that has nothing to do with UI. But that's what happens. Yeah, it's like playing whack-a-mole, except for it's 9-dimensional whack-a-mole. So we just don't pass in the Redux store, and then this function doesn't try to use the Redux store. Get rid of that, and get rid of that. And then this should just never be used anymore. Done. It's not that simple. It's definitely not gonna be that simple. We gotta delete every instance of this from the entire file. Delete this stuff. This and this. Let's start with this one. I don't think I care about this stuff. Delete this whole thing. Put this over to here. All this should be removed eventually. We'll just comment these out. Found a bug with create account. Accidentally forgot .com in my email address. So when I press create, I got invalid email message, which is fine, but it disables it. Oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. That actually, you shouldn't be trying to type an email address. I know you wouldn't typically know this because what you probably did is you typed an email address here. You type like a@a.com, and then you're like, oh wait, I don't have an account, and you click to create. And what happened is it copied your email address into the register form. But if you'd gone to register first, you'd see it says cannot change this because emails aren't used yet. So basically, there is a way you could try to fix this, but in general, you could just refresh the page. In the future, this just won't be disabled. Or if you want to, you can just right-click, inspect, and get rid of the disabled tag on it. So just delete this from the DOM, and then you'll be able to type in here again. But yeah, for the sake of beta, I'm not doing anything with these email addresses, and if you type in a real one, it's only going to potentially hurt you. Because if I'm ever looking at the database and I accidentally do something like, oh, select star from users where ID equals 6, and it prints out like gazillionaire at gmail.com, and you're like, Adam, I didn't want that on stream, then yeah, that'd be a problem. Hey, I4Fi, and hey, Mario. But yeah, thanks for reporting that kind of thing, because yeah, if I didn't know about it, that'd be really good. But that, in general, that's intentional right now. And did I say beta? I think I meant alpha. But for beta, email addresses will be used, and I'll just enable this field again. And most of that system's been coded already, so it shouldn't be too bad. That just happens to be my email. Too bad. It's been leaked. Docs all of chat. So this stuff shouldn't matter either. What are these functions where I'm even doing this? I guess I should write this down here. Make sure anything they used to expect Redux store can figure out the colors in actions instead of in base 64 image generator. Also, one of the other things I have to do is make sure none of the comments from base 64 image generator talk about using default colors or mentioning Redux or store anywhere. My weekend was really good. So yesterday I went to an arts festival and I got a sandwich which was delicious, except for it was hot outside and it was a hot sandwich as well. And I got ice cream which was also delicious, and very much contemplated getting like 64 ounces of lemonade, but then did not. I drank water instead and was healthy. I miss the old Adam. The old Adam is dead. He's been replaced by newer, better Adam. We need a lint to clean up. Okay, great. Well, we have a bunch of refactoring ahead of us still. So this will be a real hoot. What happened here? Primary and secondary. Why are these even specified like this? Delete that, delete that. But I'm probably not going to update it for the rest of alpha. Where's the stream of better Adam? That's it. Get out. Just get out. So that's gone, and we don't use this deserialize function, which I guess we would have needed to import, which is this is all going to be totally different. I'm almost finished with this. There's just one other function because we've gotten rid of all of these. The primary color, secondary color stuff is technically wrong. Oh, this can just be moved up here. And then we would need to assert that it's a particular thing. Oh, okay, fine. So make sure there are asserts for passing in colors. Do you ever think future Adam will hate me for this when moving things down the to-do list? I generally know when I'm incurring tech debt. And yeah, I sometimes think that, and it is very likely true after I think that, sometimes though months down the line. I'm not going to explain why I just laughed. Because you guys are going to ask me about it. Well, then now you're going to ask me about it anyway. I'm not going to tell you why I laughed. Okay, so this stuff's all gone. We should be clear there. Turns out I need to refactor basics for image generator. It's a poor choice to begin with. So if I were to refresh the page right now, it should load, but then I have no idea what's going to happen. Why didn't you mute to laugh? But then you would have asked, why did you smile? Ooh, it didn't even load. Oh, because of... Oh, never mind. I know why. Get base 64 image data is not defined. Oh, God. Okay. Well, then forget about this. Real mustard color. No, I don't think I can... No, I'm not going to do this. Don't pressure me. So make sure anything that used to expect Redux store can figure out the colors and actions instead of in this. Yeah, so now we go modify the actions file. We gotta be very, very careful about this. So where does this stuff even come from? Oh, inventory. Inventory. Params item template depot. So they're our own params that we have here. This is fine, this is fine, and this is fine. Yeah, huh. And that was actually pretty easy. And then if those are undefined, we really should make them be defined, otherwise they're going to be messed up. So let's just, instead of saying equals undefined, let's just set them to pink. If I could type the number for pink. And I guess the same thing down here. We're not going to keep it that way. I hope we don't. No, stop rioting. So needs base 64 image cache. We have this, we have needs sprite sheet dictionary, we have needs item template depot, and finally, whatever the other one is that I don't remember, Pixie renderer. That's not even there. Needs, no, what's not there either? Needs Pixie wrapper. So we put all these things into this. Request sync, return result. Yeah, I think this will actually work. Well, we're making progress. Is there a way to shadow ban people from your stream so Adam never writes in my stream? I wonder if shadow bans would work on Twitch. Yeah, I guess they would be pretty effective, especially if a lot of people are just spamming. No, what am I talking about? You just go on another account and see if that message got posted. But I guess the average person doesn't do that, because shadow bans could be gotten around on all sites like that. Hey, Crucials. Crazy APM playing game dev. Hey, let's see. How long did it take you for you to grasp the concept of Redux? To fully grasp it, I think it took a few months, because whenever I interacted with it, it was mostly like, I have a goal in mind. How do I achieve that goal? As opposed to, let me learn Redux the proper way. So I actually do have some notes online from my original learnings of Redux. And I can share those here. I went through and I took a bunch of notes. You can see this is on August 2015. So since then, probably a lot has changed and I haven't updated these notes. But here are the notes I took. This was probably over the course of about a week that I was learning React and Redux. And then learning how you do things in the right paradigms in Redux was not that simple. It's just a different thing to wrap your mind around. So if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me. I think I've learned a little bit. I still wouldn't say I'm an expert at Redux, but I'm better than I was. That's all that matters. Okay, so we're done with this one. Now we need to go do all of the other ones. So what was that? Item ID? Yeah, that one's done. Okay, so delete this. Then we do the next. Get without colors. This one has a very simple, it's just sprite name, sprite name. And what does the function call look like? This. So params, sprite name. We're done. So it needs no cache. Why doesn't it need the cache? Oh, because there are no colors. Yeah, of course. We could get around that too. Template depot, request sync result. Okay, well, hopefully that'll work. And finally, our last function. Yeah, he's the guy behind Redux, right? I think he's doing great work. This takes in cosmetics loadout, primary and secondary color. And then we return this set of stuff. So item ID isn't going to exist. This is going to get put up here. And then everything else is exactly the same as we had it. Okay, so that's that. When we don't have colors, it's going to default to pink though, which is not what we want. But that stuff should be done. I'm on stage now, more or less. Grasping the concept of having application level state and updated state through action is what I know. Now it's more or less about just getting comfortable using it. Yeah, and making sure there aren't any, like there are lots of Redux articles out there that tell you what not to do. So don't persist like gigantic objects that have prototypes and everything else unless you absolutely know what you're doing. And then there's normalizing certain things so that you don't store your data twice. There's the, what's it called, single source of truth property, where you wouldn't store something like this, like entities, name, hide, ID2, and something else here. And then you also store like entity IDs or something like that, and then entity names. So here, everything's contained inside of just entities, so you wouldn't need to store these things as well. And there are some reasons why you might want to do that sometimes, but yeah, a lot of properties that might not be super obvious at first. So you also have a React share with others PDF. I do. I think that one's worse than the Redux one though. I should probably just get rid of that. EJ. I think you were just trying to trigger that the first time. Hey, the Funky Monkey. I'm using the latest Twitch app for iPad. Chat overlays the stream. Yeah, there have been a lot of complaints about that, and very public complaints, so directly to Twitch on Twitter. Okay, so now that we have this actions file, make sure anything you used to expect Redux Store can figure out the colors. This is not done yet, and I'm not going to do that yet. What I want it, it's not that hard to do, so I should just do it. Fine. Why do we do this though? We just do it so that we can get your primary and secondary colors, which even that doesn't make any sense. What I should have done, oh no, never mind, it makes sense. Okay, I take that back. So we need color pair in here. There, and now we need a function that gets your color pair from Redux, which we don't already have this. Get color pair. I should just include that from here. I don't see why both of these should have to have that. So export function get my color pair. Yeah, so first thing, we get this over to here. Second thing, we go take this function over to there. And third thing, we copy paste this style of function over to there. Okay, now we just do this. And copy this up to here. Alright, and that's that. That was easy. So now we import this from base64. So import star as my player actions. Is that what I've been calling this everywhere? I have. Okay. From my player. And that's been exported. So anywhere we don't have these colors. So where these things get set as undefined still. Request sync. Is that necessary? Could be done here. Oh. So if is nil primary color, I think if either one of them is null, something about Redux and probably persisting state single source of truth, or emitting objects to Redux, something like that. That's probably what you were trying to do. How do we do this? There's not really an easy way, I guess. We could, well, whatever. I'll do it this way. My player actions get my color pair. So primary color gets primary color and secondary color. And that's it. And we do the same thing over here. And we get rid of this. Do we need to dispatch that though? I think we do. Yeah. I think this is how it needs to look. So we are finished with this now. Done. Change generic base64 image so it can take any number of... Yeah, we're not there yet. Get rid of these functions and set up React. This is the next big step. And this probably shows up all over the code base. Let's start at the beginning. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, get rid of all of these. Okay, fine. Delete delete, and delete. Okay, that's done. Now we search for this. And anywhere that this.props.route needs to be removed now. This.props, this.props, this.props. Where is route? Here it is. We're gonna have to trace all of this through the whole app. And like a million of these instances that need to change. Actually, let's find out. There were 28 there. Not all of them need to change though. There are 14 there. So we're up to 42 and 75. Actually, that doesn't really count because we should search for it this way. And that brings us to 31. So there's only 73 instances that potentially have to change. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. Except for not really. Let's start. Props.route. Whatever. Actually, we could just search for this whole thing. The avatar page. We get rid of this. And that goes into cosmetics inventory. Cosmetics inventory. This gets passed to cosmetics inv item, which we don't. Oh, what am I doing? We probably still want this stuff passed around, right? How do we do this? Cosmetics inv item. Hey Zucker. Like your project very much and watch your stream now and then, but I've never heard such an annoying keyboard. Don't you want to get a new one or at least set the microphone setting so I can watch without a headache? Sorry, no hate. No, that's fair. I think this is the kind of thing where I don't think it used to be this bad, and I don't know what changed exactly. I could switch keyboards. I have two other ones, but I don't know if they're going to be less annoying. But yeah, the other one that I've used from time to time is this, although I can't really get used to this. But this is what this would sound like on this desk. Is that less obnoxious? And then barring that, I have this one. This is probably even more annoying than the last one. So, which is the best to you? Not that I really could use one of these other ones necessarily. Also, this is dusty. Wow. Wow. I'll see what I can do though about reducing the keyboard sound. I'm not really sure what my options are. I guess there's always type more quietly. But is that super annoying to listen to the whole time? Because I guess I could, I guess we could just try it. I think some people like that sound, but some people might be bothered by it. Okay, you know what, fine. Let's try it for a bit, see what people say. So by the way, the keyboard I'm talking about is this. Fortunately, we can't just use this. I need to clean this off. I don't have anything to clean this off with. I'll be right back. Okay. Grab some tissues from the bathroom. Just wipe this down. Let's do it. See you guys next stream. Use the on-screen keyboard. And hey, noob. Yeah, this isn't too bad now. Okay. Let me just extend these feet. I hate the sound that this makes. This is a braided cable, And let me do this in front of the microphone. God, that sound is miserable, and the feel is miserable. I hate it so much. I don't want this to brush up against any surfaces. No. I don't like the sound. I don't know if there's even a reach. Hang on a second. Where does the other keyboard cord go? Okay. It's been done. Hey, Silent Gaming. Whoa. This feels so close. Wow. It feels like the keys are too close to each other. I can't type on this. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna mess around with this for a bit and see if this is better. Hey, Buff Seagull. I just moved my webcam. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, the cord is it's caught on the keyboard that I just plugged in. Hang on a second. That's close to what it was. Why did the keyboard get so loud? Is that more obnoxious to more people? Yeah, it's MX Blues. You were correct. Alright, let's figure out what I was doing. Oh, I remember. Whoa. Yeah, so cosmetics invite item is where I was looking after this. And then this passes store item image into here. So if generic base64 image knows how to load stuff itself, then we don't need to pass this down this whole way. Yeah, so I think this is safe to just remove. Okay. Ooh, what's that? That's wrong. That can't be correct. Right, get base64 image, yeah, darn it. Div current. What did this function used to have in it? Get from item ID, get base64 image data. Yeah, this is wrong. Or a streaming environment. Well, yeah, I wanna test this out for a bit. If you guys like it better at the end, maybe I'll consider using it. Although then I lose the ergonomics of the keyboard I had. Maybe I don't know what. But yeah, people definitely have commented on the sound of the keyboard that I have right now. And I even watch the VODs every once in a while, and I think it's super loud. The noise is fine, just teasing. So hardware invite on. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of pretty much all of these things. That is also gonna go away. But we'll keep that for now. Anywhere that from item ID, store item preview. Yeah, sure. Okay, that one's technically done. Hey, Banyolos. They don't do anything. Yeah, and they cost a lot of money too. I like the tapping of keyboards, so I was totally fine with the other one. Well, what do you think about this one, Dio? Base64 image generator. So this calls into this directly. I guess technically it's unneeded. Store chip. Could just be the sprite name. That's what I'd like to do here. Okay, and then this is the last one. Oh, no, not that one. Replay log entry. Yeah, some of these are still gonna have to go away. And I'm probably horribly breaking everything right now. Bot podium. Bot podium. Oh yeah, I know what this is. I like the other one better. This one sounds weird to me. Huh. Yeah, I'll take a straw poll after using this. Maybe like up until lunchtime. Well, it's going to be hard to give you guys a comparison. And to be fair, I'm not really doing much typing right now. I'm just using like 1 or 2 keyboard shortcuts to delete this stuff pretty quickly. Base 64 data. That I'm keeping around. Yeah, so the only thing I haven't changed yet are the other base 64. Change colors of generic base 64 image so that they don't need to pass in the action functions any longer. So in general, this is fixed. Then this needs to change. Colors, make sure there are certs, reconfigure this, delete this, make sure your image is still up. Yeah, so this is the last thing we have to do. Sounds like you're hitting a broken spacebar or something. Cosmetics, item ID, sprite name. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of mistypes going from the ergonomic keyboard, which had everything staggered, to this. And also, like I said, my hands feel like they're so close together. Hey, ED. So cosmetics, primary, color, yeah, that's going to just happen a lot. This is a very different keyboard from what I was using. Secondary color, item ID, and sprite name. So then this wouldn't exist any longer. At least we wouldn't do things this way. Sounds like a mechanical keyboard. It is. What else am I missing here? Class name, sprite name, children. What was a class name used for? Just this. I don't know why I'd have this line here, but yeah, in general, I think this is fine. So now, this should connect to actions. So when we say bound in-game actions or something like that, we're going to take this over to here and use whatever bind action creators we need and get the dispatch, I guess. Ack. Which means, what gives us dispatch? It's connect that gives it to us. We just wouldn't have a map state to props. I wonder where else we use connect. React and Redux. Do I? Oh, there it is. Null and map dispatch to props. And dispatch is passed in specifically here. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, here we just use connect. And this is for the sake of getting what action exactly. Bound modal actions. Okay, cool. Well, at least I know. At least I know what we have here. So it would be something like this inside of this. Got it. Got it. And now instead of bound in-game actions, we have bound base 64 actions. God, I can't type on this. Base 64, base 64. And how do we load an image in here? Is loaded. Also, anytime any of these things change, we need to change is loaded, right? Component did update. Oh, here it was. Okay. So if any of these things changed, except for class name, if any of these changed, previous props. Or there's a better way to do this. Oops. Then we do the same thing with this dot props. Except for we can't do it that way. Whatever, let's do it this way. So this dot props dot cosmetics is not equal to previous props dot cosmetics. Let's do the other way around. Missing trailing comma. Okay. Copy all these things into here. Join that and join that. Great. So load base 64 data needs to do this differently because we no longer have a function here. Also, this was apparently asynchronous. Why? That changes everything. Hey Max. Working on a game called Botland. And ideally I'd be working on the UI right now, but I was mentioning this earlier. I ran into problem number 1, which led to problem number 2, which led to problem number 3. And so I'm like 3 levels deep into these problems before I can eventually get back to the UI stuff that I'm doing. But yeah, let me know if you have any other questions after checking out the FAQ. Okay, so yeah, why did this used to be asynchronous? I guess for that answer we have to go into here and look at what these used to return. Return. So then it's base 64 image generator that made these return promises, but why? Get colorized sprite. Why does this not just get colorized sprite sync? Because this uses it from the cache. And if it doesn't, then it calls into the asynchronous version of this, so it has to return a promise. Oh man. No, wait, no, this returns a sprite. What am I doing? What was I doing? Why were any of these asynchronous? Did you specify only update for key? So CD will only be triggered when one of those props change. Check that one of them changed to reload something. Not quite. So I checked, let's say if the class name changed. So let's say you have an image where when you select it, it changes its class name to like a selected class. Then component did update would get hit, but the sprite didn't change, so we shouldn't reform the base 64 data. So that's what I'm getting at here, is that I only care when these things, I should only reload sprite data when these change, because these can modify the sprite. But when these two change, I don't want it to do that. Also, we don't need to connect. I don't know where I meant to get that from. Import.star connect. Now I gotta figure out why this was asynchronous. Figure out why I ever had this be asynchronous. I don't know if it's required that colorized sprite be called before calling colorized sprite sync. But it doesn't look like it. This comes from here. And we have colorized sprite sync. And I'd written this. This is actually not the Ergodox. This is a. Do I have a command for this? Let me take a look. That way I don't have to find the link again. Is it some like dead Newegg link? I think there was a mech keyboard command or something, right? Nope. There's keyboard 2, which apparently links to this. Okay. I don't remember that. And yeah, I don't have one for this. Okay, well. At least we have the keyboard 2 command. So there were synchronous versions here. Where is this? Yeah, I think that's just the issue with any keyboard I'm going to be using here, which is why I don't think this is going to fix any of these problems. I've got to get it to the point where I'm either using a directional microphone. The keyboard's not any closer to the microphone than the other keyboard was. I mean, I can move this, like, let's try this. I can move the microphone out a little bit. I mean, right now I'm facing it, so this is going to sound pretty crisp, but yeah, I don't think there's too much I'm going to be able to do for this. Because I imagine that when I'm typing, you'll I can't use this keyboard. You'll still be able to hear the keyboard over my voice. You just saw. Yeah, I'm not using that keyboard right now. Just saw. I'm using a Rosewill mechanical keyboard. I just want to see what people think. In fact, actually, I should probably just, yeah, it's got blue switches. I should just take the straw poll right now. So, what do you think about the mechanical keyboard that Adam is currently using? I like it better than the regular one. I don't like it better than the regular one. I don't care. This is all I care about for right now. Whoops. All I care about for right now. Have you considered getting a headset microphone? No, I haven't. I don't typically like wearing headsets all day. I find that with glasses, headsets can press up against the arm of your glasses and then press that into your ears. Or press it into the side of your head. And it becomes pretty uncomfortable. I don't like it better than the regular one. Okay. Well, that's all I need here. We're done with this then. Alright, I'll switch back to the old one. One of the things that's nice about it is that I can't type as well on that keyboard because I haven't used a non-ergonomic keyboard for a while. So this is the old keyboard. I can try to stop mashing the keys so loudly if you ever want to make that simpler and more reusable. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you, Hideo. Seriously changing keyboard by poll results? I said I was going to try that out for about half an hour and then see what people thought about it. So yeah, in this case, definitely. Yeah. Hmm. I wonder why I did this. What makes this? What makes this asynchronous? Oh, this just requires that the sprites had all been loaded already, which would have happened in here. Oh man, there are a couple of ways I could do this. Apparently it's synchronous and will only work if the sprites were already loaded. Because I ran into some issue where yeah, load base64 data. Generic base64 image expects a promise to be returned. The actions I defined do not return promises. So the question is, should they? And when do we typically want to use this? I guess to make this as generic as possible, we would just have this return promises. So instead of request sync, we would just have request. And that's it. I mean, we wouldn't even change anything else. These are already return promises, right? Return promise.resolve. Yep. So that one's fine. This one is fine. And this one is fine. Yeah, great, fine. Then let's just have them do that. So no more request sync. Just change this to request. It's not that simple though. We need types here too. Let's take a look. I wonder where this gets used. All throughout here, definitely. API middleware, there it is. Request success and failure. What if I just didn't have these? A space bit. How's it going? I'll just preemptively put this here. But you're welcome to still ask any questions you want to ask. I am currently, I'm almost at the end of this task that I set out to do. I just need to put in types for this. So I'll just put this here. We'll say request. Yeah, something like this. But we put it here. Base64 request success and failure. Yep, and then we'll put the types for just all of these. Also, I don't know why these are exported. Okay, cool. So types, request, success, failure, and just copy paste this to here and to here. So then everything is asynchronous. I'm going to make sure everything in actions are asynchronous. AWS has some cheap VPN look like DigitalOcean. So I would say DigitalOcean is a very trimmed down form of AWS. They're both cloud platforms. And AWS, if you just want VPSs, you can totally get them. But they'll probably be more expensive than they would on DigitalOcean. I think that's what you're asking about. And I hope that answers your question. Let me know if it doesn't. So change this so that they don't need to pass any action functions any longer. I didn't actually modify this. Let's go fix that now. So load base64 data. The actual function that this uses is going to be different. Also, compose doesn't exist. Excuse me. So import only update for keys? No. Should be an import compose. guess I should have just, oh, there it is. Yeah. There. And now the function just needs to be one of those three functions with the right sets of parameters based on what is present. So load base64 data. We could just do this in here, I think. Say something like const promise equals null. So we have three ways of doing things. They're here. So sprite name goes for this one. Item ID is this one, and cosmetics is this one. Hey, folk. Thanks. How's it going? So we'll say this. We'll say if not is nil, this dot props dot cosmetics, then promise equals bound base64 actions dot get base64 image data, and that takes in three properties. This dot props dot, actually we can just put all this stuff up here. I didn't mean to do that. So if cosmetics are defined, then we pass in cosmetics, primary color, secondary color. And we could space this out correctly too. Else if we have an item ID, then promise equals this dot get from item ID, primary, secondary. Got holidays now? Oh, nice. Yeah, it's always amazing how different some of these times are for some people when they get their vacation. So get without colors, sprite name. Then we do promise dot then. What day? I showed my wife the picture you made, LeVay, which I have right here. Always got to be able to recall these things pretty quickly. And she liked it. I don't know if you're on Discord, but she started drawing something too. The Balan logo. Yeah, no async and await. Not yet. Then we get base64 data and we just set this here. So ideally this should just work. None of this is going to exist though. Base64 string. Well, actually that will work. Okay, well, we can try it. Judging you silently. Hey, look at that. We have an image. Cool. And that failed. Because that's undefined. Oh, whoops. What did I do? Yeah, obviously it's going to fail. I meant to type it this way. What failed here? Sprite name doesn't exist? Kidding me? Sprite name undefined. Oh, come on. Where does this come from? It's gotta be somewhere outside of this. Dispatch here. Okay, good. The sprite name is still not defined. Where did that come from? Sprite name doesn't exist. What's in this dot props? I can't check. That's nice. Load base64 data. That shouldn't even be used. Oh yeah, of course none of this stuff's gonna exist. In fact, how did that login bot even work? All right, I know. I gotta go change all of the colors of this. This shouldn't be too bad. primary color and secondary color. Great. Yeah, great. Let's work through all the ones where cosmetics was specified. This is your own thing. Bay Cosmetics. Oh man. The rest of these are fine? Yeah. Hey, Spiritman. Bay Cosmetics. Delete these. Attacker avatar and attacker primary color. Attacker avatar cosmetics. Attacker primary color. And attacker secondary color. This will never end. Avatar cosmetics. I've never used TensorFlow now. Serialized cosmetics logo. No colors. Okay, so that's all for that. Now we search for this again, and this time we do a pass over the item ID ones. Just double checking the ones I already did while I'm at it. Yeah, so this changes to just sprite name equals misc chip. And same thing. So let's just copy paste that. What is this? Item. Done already. Okay, cool. So there's just two more item ones to fix. Not too bad. Item ID equals this.props.itemdata.id. And what is this? No colors. And this is this.props.store selected item ID. Well, with any luck, the whole thing should be fixed now. And everything should just work, and we'll be very happy. So we have a bot image represented there. That's pretty good. Good start. I don't know why all these assertion errors are getting hit. I don't think they should be. So cool, we have a bot. And it breaks as soon as we log in. Why though? Base64 image cache is the sound manager. What? I must have copy pasted something wrong. In fact, that's definitely what I did, and it's definitely in here. So it's git cache, or cache middleware. Git base64. Yeah, so then in configure store, where we do the cache, yeah, this should be git cache function, and this should be git dictionary function. Whew. It's still breaking. Promise is undefined. That should be impossible. I wonder what this went into. Cosmetics. Promise equals get base64 data, which exists. And we call it. And I don't know what's wrong. Let's refresh and find out. It's probably just not returning a promise for some reason, which I can't imagine why. Oh, he's getting the result for this. What's the most weird, irritating question and conversation you've seen in your chat, apart from my stuff? Do I want to share this? What's the most irritating thing I've seen in chat? Most irritating conversation. I think the times I get most irritated on stream is when I have game design talks with chat in general. I end up covering a lot of the same ground. I think people who have good ideas need to type a lot of messages in order to communicate that they are good ideas. I think those are frustrating conversations. As for weird conversations, I mean, I remember sometimes they weren't. I don't think anything is that weird on Twitch chat, just because I've been on Twitch for a long time now and I've just seen them talk about everything. So, yeah, I don't know how weird the weird conversations are. Also, we try to keep things PG here, so there's only so many topics you can talk about that are weird and still PG. All right, so I think I think the problem here is that we're returning this, and this is not. This is a promise, so we need to return it a different way. I typed super because I read Hideo's message. Base 64. Yeah, the gold standard conversation is actually something that came to mind. That was very bizarre. Hot Chat started talking about that. I don't even know how to sum it up. I don't like it when there are inside jokes that I can't share with other people here to make it so that just everyone can participate. But just somehow we got to talking about the gold standard, and I think there were some pretty strong opinions on a conversation where I wouldn't have expected to have them. So we could just return this and then get rid of return result. This might work. To be fair though, Liquidor, those people aren't too commonly in the stream, I'd say. Yeah, this stuff's all failing. There are a couple people who come in and I definitely think they're trying to push their agenda. So they say something like, why are you using Windows, or why aren't you using Linux? And I give them a reason and they don't seem satisfied, and I say like, okay, why don't you use Windows? And they end up saying, because I hate Microsoft. I'm like, okay, but that's not a reason for someone else to not use it, right? But that's not very common that people like that come into chat. I think in general, people are just curious of like, hey, why'd you pick Sublime over Visual Studio Code? And they don't have an agenda. They're just honestly wondering, like, hey, did you use it for a particular reason? Because maybe I should switch, or maybe you should switch. I guess their agenda then is curiosity, but that's fair. Okay, so these assertions are failing. I don't know where exactly. Let's just refresh the page again. Yeah, EJ has an agenda. We all know that. We're not sure what company he works for, but we're pretty sure it's GitHub. Okay, this is not showing up, although I don't know why, but it's the avatar image. So we go to the news page. There's something about an avatar on here. Right here. Well, who knows what's wrong about this? Could be any number of things. Well, time to put a breakpoint somewhere. Probably just in this. What is my avatar? Also, did I even click login? I don't remember doing that. Oh, it's getting the avatars for everybody. That's when this happens. And none of them were showing up, right? So this is a problem everywhere. But we care about the one that came from the news page. Load base 64 data. And then it goes into this promise. Cosmetics is defined. And these are undefined. So it should pick my colors. And I don't think it's doing that. I don't know why. Let's find out. So we go into here and we get primary color and secondary color. Those are now defined, yeah. And the cosmetics layout is defined. All of that should work. And yet I see nothing. So maybe the CSS classes are wrong? What did this used to say? Cosmetics. This dot props dot my player state. Yeah, that's correct. And then the load function. Huh. Do they get re-rendered when toggling the visibility of them? I'm thinking about routes here. Say a parent component is shown, and it gets hidden and another component is shown. If I switch back to the first component that has a child component, does that child component update? My answer is yes, probably, but you could put a breakpoint in that child component and just test it. Is this GitHub staff? Because if so, they're a bigger company than I thought, and a lot of them own sunglasses. So there should be an avatar here. Let's see if there's any base64 data in this. Just go here. Visibility hidden. Why? Because it doesn't have any base64 data yet. Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh. What am I missing, though? There's some property here that I need to get that I'm not getting. I don't know what it is. Load. Promise.them base64 data. Do we just not get this, or what? These promises must complete. They do. Oh God. Okay, I know what happened. Okay. This. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what happened. Okay, we just need to get the result in an asynchronous way. This is actually pretty simple. I just gotta figure out how I did this somewhere else, and then do that. Then we're done. So this, for example, dispatch dot then action then return dot result. Yes. Got it. Go back to the other page for a second. I, for some reason, tabbed this in. Oh wow, it's jumping all over the place. And there we go. Problem solved, question mark. Problem solved. Nice. Okay, so then let's check out the rest of the application. Everything should be working. So yeah, we have everyone's avatar showing up. We have this avatar showing up. We click edit, and we are not seeing anything show up over here. Why did that fail? This is trying to load from item ID. Hey, Castros. Can you tell me what program you're using at the moment? I'm trying to do my first game in Python, but I don't know what program I should use. Well, so first of all, I have this PDF, and that's just generally for learning programming. And then I have this FAQ, which is what program are you using for blank. So if you want to find out about all the different programs I'm using, you can take a look at this particular section. So the text editor I'm using is Sublime, but you might be curious about anything else you see on my taskbar. And I don't write things like Notepad on there. I assume you know what Chrome and Notepad and everything look like. But yeah, making your game in Python, I think reading that PDF is going to be a good start. I don't think it's a bad idea to make it in Python. I don't think it's a bad idea to switch to something else. I think there are certain expectations you should know about. Okay, so one thing we can't seem to do here yet is this, and I wonder if it's item ID or if I'm passing something in wrong. We have cosmetics inventory, which makes a cosmetic imp item, which gives an ID of all item data. And then somewhere in here we have an image. So where's that image? Render item image. And we lazily load this item data in store item image. We pass an item ID of this.props.item data.id. So this should get hit. And primary and secondary color aren't going to exist probably, which will default to the ones that we had. So I don't understand why this would be wrong. And what language is this? Oh, that's in the FAQ as well. This is JavaScript. Right here, 19. So whatever this thing's doing is incorrect. We get our primary and secondary color right here. Yep, good. So we got that. These are set correctly. And then we call into this function. And something here is failing, and I don't know what. We have an item ID. We don't get colors from here? Get without colors if it's hardware. It's not hardware, though. Well, we just passed the params over to there. And param should contain a color. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So why does this fail? That's strange. Why'd we bail out of that? Right here. This never got hit. Get colorized sprite. Well, it is asynchronous, so I guess we could hit it in the future, but it doesn't look like that's ever happening. Nope, it's not. So this never finishes for some reason. I wonder why. We have two promise methods. And we run both of those, and then we call colorize sprite. Yeah, those never finish for some reason. What? All this is saying is get sprite. I wonder if these names are wrong or something. Well, I will get to the bottom of this. Right here, what do we have? Base sprite name. Bots arena drill HA art and then cache data.mask name. Drill HA mask. That's correct. Both of those should definitely exist. If we said this dot get sprite sync, how does this work? Takes in the sprite ID. So bots arena drill HA mask. It does return a sprite. And drill HA, what is the other one? Oh, I now remember it. I just typed it in. Art. Yeah, both of those exist. So something's broken here. You won't make a lot of money with what? CSS and HTML? I think you generally get paid less for web design than for I guess something more algorithmically intensive, yeah. But I don't think you should go into something based on how much money you might make, Castros. I mean, if you're making a game, it sounds like you want to make a game. But yeah, if you're trying to make money, then I don't think you should get into games. If you're a TXT. Okay, so all I know is that this is never completing because this never completes. Right here. And that I don't know why. That's not all promise methods. Strange. Yeah, very strange. And these just never load. What could I have changed such that it would cause this to happen? The only problem I can find so far... Actually, you know what we could do? We could go to the store page and make sure... Yeah, no, hardware's not showing up either. So only colorized bot sprites work so far. Invest in crypto for fast money. Invest in Botcoin. What did I do wrong here? I still should be passing nothing else in. We know this is getting called. It's just never returning. And even this probably isn't working. Botcoin's the name of the currency in the game I'm making. It's not a cryptocurrency. You can't invest in it. I'm just making a joke. Yeah, none of those work. And this should get hit at the very least. Assertion error. Well, it'd be nice to know where this is coming from. Maybe I just go back to the store page. Nope, we don't even find it. strange. It should be getting hit there, and it isn't. Oh my god, because this thing gets called. Oh, that's stupid. I've invested my time in Botcoin. For some reason, we go into this function right here. It isn't ever returning its promise. And I think it's coming from get colorize sprite. Yeah. Your in-game trophy? So Castris, I typed that out because I do want to make it clear. There are certain things I don't mind answering and other things that I think are like such basic knowledge that you should look up online. Sublime is just a text editor. So it would be like if you opened up Notepad and said, what human languages could I use in this? You can use anything. You can type in English, French, German, whatever you want. And same thing with Sublime. You can type in JavaScript, Python, anything. But yeah, those are the kinds of things you should definitely look up for yourself. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bring down the hammer. Okay, change colors so they don't need to pass in any actions. This is done. Well, I guess we just need to make sure I've gotten rid of all of the old functions from the stock props. I don't know Mark Brown. It does accept gibberish. AKA what, lolcat language? I cannot figure this last part out. I guess what we could do is this. Yeah. I should just try calling those promises myself, and if they don't work, then we'll know why they won't work. But right now it's not easy to figure out what's going on. So it's this calls into here, calls into here. Well, something does. Apparently not. Alright, fine, let's try that again. Isn't there like a run to here, continue to here? Yeah. It's hardware images I'm showing here. So we call it get sprite. And get sprite just never finishes. Yeah, weird. So let's get back to that point right here. Why does this never finish? Success. Strange. Organizing Linda's dropdowns. Oh, expandos? Yeah. Yeah, I think if, like you said, everything is required though, it's going to be a little bit annoying that, like, you'll have all these expanded by default anyway. But I don't know what you do when you have just that much required information. It's probably just difficult. So I wonder what the spreadsheet idea is here, because something is broken. Botland22.png. Why doesn't this work? Okay, let's go into that function then. What's going on here? Sprite sheet. If it exists, then return promise or result. Huh. Strange. This promise gets resolved and yet I never end up inside this function? What? Is this a Chrome problem? because that's the only thing I have as a hint right now is that. Yeah, this is strange. I know that problem is resolved, and I know we should go into that code. Okay, well, there's another way we could try to handle this, which is in here, get sprite. We could put a breakpoint directly into this. It's going to be annoying, but let's see if it works. So we close out of that, then we reopen it. That's going to get called a million times, actually. And now we click this button. Yeah, this never gets called for some reason. Strange. Let's get rid of this one. Now it got called. Which would mean that the rest of these things would get called too, right? Promise equals promise dot then debugger. I guess we get the base 64 data here. And return promise dot resolve base 64 data. Got item data. I don't know why this is all failing. I gotta get to the bottom of this stuff. Okay, so far so good. And also good. We get the base 64 data. Oh no. Result is just undefined here. Base 64 success though. What happened? Is this a copy paste error? This is very likely a copy paste error. It's something coming from getting item data. Oh man, yeah, this is the problem. I knew I messed up and I didn't come back to look at it. What a silly issue. Still, something that doesn't make sense there is why those promises weren't looking resolved. Yeah, now we have images showing up. Okay, fine. That was a waste of time. A huge waste of time. That took me like 15 minutes or something. Oops, I logged in as the wrong person. So yeah, Casters, I think this is the kind of thing where as you get some programming experience, you'll be able to answer this yourself. It's the kind of thing where I'd spend probably a decent amount of time telling you how this works. In general, it's that I'm changing some code, and then the output of that code is what I happen to be looking at in here. So you change the input, you're going to get a different output. Okay, so we have item images there. We have cosmetics images, and they're colored correctly here. We have chips, those are also working. So then I think I've finally fixed everything, I say, as I open up a blank page. What's the problem here? Is this a real assertion? I don't know if it is. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Then we can at least figure out what's going wrong here. Sprite name doesn't exist. There's probably that cosmetics weren't even given to us. Where is this? This came from the blueprint selector, which had blueprint selector icon, which has in its render main content. Cosmetics, this.props.cosmetics. This is probably just wrong. Diff current file. Yep, it's just bay.cosmetics. Easy solution. Give you a month or so. What? Give me like 10 minutes. Cool, it's working. Yeah. Well, this greatly helps because now we can render images properly again. And we did all of that for the sake of being able to do what exactly? Oh yeah, draw a computer image right here. That was it. Wait, how much is a liter of ice cream? could probably do it in 10 minutes. I don't know if you'd want to. It wouldn't be enjoyable. No, Casters, I don't think they're stupid questions. I think they're just easy to find the answer to. It's so okay. These are the programming equivalents of asking me something like, "Hey, how many grams is a pound?" or something like that. And I would say like I could answer that for you, but I'm really not the person you should be asking for that. You have to microwave it first. If you microwave it long enough, you're just drinking it though. Okay, so make sure I've gotten rid of all the old functions. Let's go take a look at that. Microwave ice cream, yeah. Please ban Vaughn. We need a Dan's G in chat for that. I'm not even gonna try to hit tab there. Nice. This is so much better. We're missing a semicolon. That's a minor problem. Search for this one. So cynical dev, I think depending on who's asking it, like if it's someone who's like, hey, what's the difference between computer science and, I don't know, like IT or something? Like, yeah, that's a question that you would probably want to ask real people and not the internet. But some of these factual questions, yeah, I don't know. I really think just you've got so many resources out there, and using them is probably a better use of everyone's time in the stream. Okay, the rest of these things are fine. Make sure images still load. Make sure none of the comments talk about using default colors. Oh, no linting errors. Nice. What's my opinion? See, that's a way to ask it such that that question can't have been answered online already. Base64 image generator. What we need to look for here is the word store and the word color. Well, and Redux. Redux, yeah, okay, good. So let's look at colors. These are not even parameters here anymore. Note the params from here could get passed on to other functions. So this is not all of the required parameters. And then these are not optional anymore. Yeah, none of these things are optional. And I should probably have a search for them, given that they're not optional. Yeah. Casters, it's not that you're disturbing me, it's that, I mean, even asking chat these questions, they're questions you should just look into the answers for yourself. I don't think, I don't know. Okay, so we gotta use these as required parameters. Make sure there are search for passing in colors. Yeah, I hadn't done this yet. So primary color. We're gonna assert that this exists and that it's a number. Is finite is a better way to say it though. Primary color and secondary color. And then we just put these wherever we happen to use primary and secondary color, which should only ever be here, but this goes up to this. I don't know why it didn't find this as that it could be a constant. Do we have a linting error here now? No, we don't. Yeah, that should be done. Refactor, configure, store, and delete base64 image wrapper. Base64 image wrapper. Yeah, this This is totally gone. Just delete it. Okay, we modified a lot. So the only thing left to do is this, which is pretty minor. I will do that in another couple minutes. Just for a minute. Oh man. Oh, whoops, I forgot to check this in. Oh, darn it. Oh, man. Yeah, I meant to check this in earlier. I hope there's no overlap here. If there isn't, then we can just make 2 different check-ins. Well, so far so good. Yeah, thankfully these were in different files altogether. And I don't think any of this ever made Pixie text, so we can probably just get rid of all of these things. In fact, let's just pick none and find the ones where I did change that. Arena, Arena Sprite Injector, and Pixie Wrapper. Arena, Arena Sprite Injector, and Pixie Wrapper. And that should be it. Let's just double check those. Yup, yup, and yup. Fixed text spike. Fixed text spike problem. I didn't even know this was a thing. So I didn't know how to fix the text spikes that have been in the game for nearly 2 years. Try to make sense of the story I linked before. Oh, I didn't actually look at that. Oh. This is another who's on first kind of story. Okay, Casters, I'm going to purge your messages for 5 minutes. I'm telling you, you really should look at this stuff online. Again, I don't mind questions, but I've warned you now a couple times about asking these sorts of very basic ones. If you just download Sublime or type in something like using Python in Sublime, you'll probably find a bunch of different links. And it's probably just the first link you have to look at to find this. And look at that. And this tells you some things about it. You can learn a lot more. I'm assuming you're either very young or you're a troll, and that's why I timed you out. Because if you're young, then you have to learn somewhere, and if you're a troll, then you're going to eventually get banned. So we just had to clean out the rest of this. I don't think I'm jaded here. I don't think it's worth asking the stream questions for this, because what this does, this is the whole teach a person to fish mentality. If you continually answer like, okay, how do I get colors in Sublime? And what you're not doing is learning how to research this stuff for yourself. So I don't think, I mean, even if this person like had been in chat for 3 years and they're finally like, I want to get started with programming, I'd still try to nudge them in the same direction. This looks fine. We changed a lot here though, a lot. Get my color pair. That's actually not something I want to keep there. Returns your color pair as a proper object. Hey Mills. Oh man, I don't like it when that happens. I hit escape, even though this window seems to have the focus, to close the last window. Every once in a while that happens, and it only ever seems to happen with Tortoise Git. Which, that's why I type my messages at the end, and then I'll build them up like that, so I don't lose the message, because that's happened way too many times. So let's keep looking through this. This shouldn't take too long. It's mostly just removed functions and then changing how these things get used. The one thing I should take a look at as I'm going through this, and let me actually make sure I didn't skip anything here, is that all of the parameters on the left match the ones on the right. Hang on a second. Example, cosmetics should match cosmetics over here, primary color and secondary color. And in this case, yes, they're all the same. And if they weren't the same, we would see an image show up either with the wrong colors or Actually, we just wouldn't see it show up at all. Excuse me. So cosmetics is, yeah, Bay Dot Cosmetics. Looks good. Podium is Bay Cosmetics, and primary and secondary color. Looks good. Hey, Tyrone, how you doing? 2 years or so ago, maybe a little less than 2 years, Tyrone had sent me a friend request on Facebook, and it was around that time that I asked my wife, hey, what do you think about if I ever met up with someone from the stream? Because Tyrone lives relatively close by. And I think we both decided back then, since I didn't know anyone, I hadn't been streaming for long enough, that it was probably a bad idea. Well, about a week ago, I asked my wife again, I'm like, hey, what do you think about me meeting up with people from the stream? And I don't know if these ideas have become more normalized to us or what, but she's like, it's up to you. Which actually kind of gave me that same response last time too, but probably erring on the side of caution. So who knows? Maybe we'll do stream meetups someday. Still on vacation? Oh, nice. And good, Cynical Dev. Yeah, if you don't mind, I think this is one of those things where, like, let's say you had to do this for work. Afterward, you would probably be asked, hey, can you share everything you learned? And you might host a meeting for half an hour, or something like that. But doing a TLDR on that book, or just the most important things you learned, would be pretty helpful for some of the people in this stream, I think. And hey, Run for Your Life. Do coders make good money? How long did it take you to become really good at programming? Coders making good money, what's weird to me about this is that in the US, I'd say yes, they do. And some of the salaries can actually be really high depending on where you are in the country. But then I hear about the salaries in other parts of the world, and it sounds like an average job in other parts of the world. So it all depends on where you live, for your first question. And the second is, how long does it take to become really good at programming? It's a multi-year process. It's definitely not something that you just start and you're amazing at. You really have to work your way up. And so I think it's pretty similar to learning a human language in that sense. You can learn how to say some basic phrases and get around a country in probably like a week, right? Like, where's the bathroom? How much does this cost? But then actually using the language and being fluent at it takes you some more time. And then once you know the language, it's not like, oh great, cool, now I know language. You have a purpose. So if your purpose is to write something like, let's say, poetry, I don't know, that's not something you'll just start doing. Even after you learn the language, you need to learn how native speakers use it and creative ways to use it. So I think it's pretty similar with programming. You'll learn languages, you'll learn syntax, and then you need to learn how you go about doing things. And that's design patterns, data structures, algorithms. Sorry, I'm validating this commit as I talk. So I'm saying both things slowly. Took a 7-day cruise to Alaska. Oh, nice. And this is probably the perfect time of year to do it, too. It seems more echoey than usual. I have it positioned differently, but I don't think it should be more echoey. Let's try that. So Castris, yeah, like I said, it was one of the two. And yeah, being 13, I guess, is the other option. So really, I don't want you to take this the wrong way. You're asking some relatively basic questions, and you should be Googling these questions first. And if after Googling them for, let's say, 5 minutes, you still can't find an answer, then yeah, you should feel free to ask chat. But these are the kinds of things of like, okay, how do I get colors in Sublime? Try downloading Sublime and try using Python. If that doesn't work for you, then look up how do I use Python with Sublime. If that doesn't work for you, maybe try some other queries and then finally ask chat. I think those are the kinds of things that they're just factual answers that you'll find online. So I don't want to turn you away from programming or anything, but I also think like you got to learn to be self-sufficient with this stuff. And salaries of programming in other countries is still higher? Okay, good. Because I was going to say, I don't understand how it looked to me like they were average salaries. Then again, I didn't look up the average salaries of those countries. I converted to US dollars and I'm like, oh yeah, that seems like an average salary here. Okay, we're almost done with this commit. We have like 5 more files to look through. And a lot of these are just deletions, which is pretty fast. But then these we always need to stop and look at. We're on Linux Essentials of Linux Academy. Been doing some study on my own for the programming side of things. Yeah, and I still think this is what's great about programming. You need very little to get started with it. If you want to do anything else, like woodworking, for example, you're probably going to need to buy some stuff, even just raw materials for that. But for programming, it's just, hey, you probably have a computer. If not, you've got a library near you probably. And that's it. Yeah, I think it's similar to learning how to use Google, but I think getting stuck in those patterns is not good because I think there's definitely a subset of coders out there who search Stack Overflow for answers and type in a very minor amount of code to get the Stack Overflow work to fit their code base. And I think that's typically a bad habit to get into. I think you should understand why you're doing things. Okay, so if these colors aren't defined, so gets base64 image data for an item, and we'll say this is a number, this is a question mark number. If not defined, we'll use the player colors, which we don't even necessarily want to do at some point, and this returns a promise. No, it doesn't, actually. Wait. Yeah. It returns a promise. I was just thinking about this for a second. Yeah, and actually, this is something I've heard a lot for learning human languages too. I think a lot of people, when they're learning a human language, are a little embarrassed to speak it because maybe their accent would be bad or maybe they don't know the words, so they just don't say as much. And if they don't say as much, then they're not making as many mistakes, and they don't get a chance to correct it and learn what the real way to say things is. So it gets base64 image data for an entire cosmetics loadout. And this is going to be a real cosmetics loadout or a serialized one? That I don't know. Oh, either. I'll just copy paste this then. Primary and secondary color, cool, and then this is gets base64 data. A single sprite, and this is just a string, and it's still returns promise. Tougher box. I don't know if I read anyone's messages with an accent, even the people who I've heard talk and I've heard their accents. Oh yeah, did you play the Scooby-Doo game, EJ? Refactor how base64 image data is generated. So previously I had some, first of all, how many lines of code did we end up removing? Yeah, a good number. So previously I had some functions in setup React instead of in an actions file. So there was a lot of relatively hacky code to pass it around. Now generic base64 image can take in many different sources and figure out how to generate the base64 data. Oh, I'm running it like this. Cool. Hey, Sherlock. So you're doing the UI for the Game Ball End. Yeah, I am, and I can go into a little bit more detail about this. So in general, you always have the today command that'll tell you almost exactly what I'm working on for the day. In this case, we have some images here, and this is what we're going to try to make the game look like. These images were made by a guy named Jason. Jason's just the UX designer for Botland. And what we should get to eventually at some point today, which is probably going to happen after lunch, is I'll actually tackle something like this and I'll say, okay, let's get the same color. So I'll color pick the screen and I'll be like, okay, there's our color that we need for this. And I'll put that into the right CSS and kind of get things to match. What I had been working on was this context bar that shows up, which you also see here. The context bar has a name, the image of the bot, the hardware that they have. So we have the name, the image of the bot, the hardware. We don't have the images for the hardware, but you can click them and see descriptions if I had written them. Didn't find anything by Google. Tried to be smart and just take a big look at the program settings. I found something called syntax. Yeah, see, Casters, and I feel like if you keep doing that, you'll eventually learn so much about this stuff. And even, I mean, you'll watch how other people use this stuff. If you can't find it on Google, look on YouTube to see something like Sublime tutorial. Whenever you're questioning anything, just look up tutorial after it. So if I look up Sublime tutorial, there's probably at least like 3 videos. I imagine, yeah, there's a bunch of these. So yeah, look at this. 2 years ago, it has nearly 200,000 views, and it's from Learn Web Code. So hey, maybe this is good. I haven't looked at it, so I don't know if it's good, but you got something there. Okay, the other thing I wanted to do here really fast was finish this up. So we're going to go do that. Configure store. This is only called for one place and it's only defined in one place, so it shouldn't take 2. Wait a second, why? Oh, it's called in 2 places. And I guess this is going to break the cosmetics tool, huh? Fun stuff. So where do we leave off of this? There is no sound manager. I don't know why this is even here. Just null. But the rest of these things definitely exist. Pixie wrapper, sprite dictionary. Yeah, that exists. That doesn't. But it still needs to be a function. Oh, Sharlock, you should check out this. Does Jason have a page for some of his art and other work? Something like ArtStation to present yourself as an artist? He might. I should talk to him about this because I'm pretty sure I know of one of his personal sites, but I don't know if he wants me sharing that, so I'll have to ask him. So yeah. Okay, so let's pass in these other things. So we had Get Sound Manager last here. I'm just going to copy paste this. And then we're going to change this to use... Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to get rid of that. Just cancel that. So what we really should do here is this. Let's go find out. DL tools cosmetics watch. DL tools cosmetics set Dropbox OAuth equals. Let me put this over here. And let's see if this works. So we go to 4,000. Hey Capillara. I see the viewers have bumped. Is that why you're smiling? No, things have been going pretty well. I think the viewership going up has been because I've been working on UI generally. And I think people like watching that more than they like watching me do other things. Well, I don't have my viewer counts showing anymore because I was always seeing them drop. Yeah, so this is still working, thankfully. I don't know how much we needed that other stuff. Man. So I gotta fix up that drill head. Crazy bot. What's your high score? I think it was slightly over 200 when I got hosted by someone else who had roughly the same view count as me at about 100 something. But then it drops. It always drops after host. It doesn't matter who hosts you or who you host. Your view count gets cut in half like immediately from the host. And why would you return null? In this particular case, it's because this thing that you saw me return null for was, if you're asking in general why would you return null, that's a completely different answer that I'm giving right now. But in this case, it's because we don't have a base 64 image cache. I'll just return null from this. So update cosmetics combiner to use for the new configure store. There were other properties that I had to provide. Have my kids playing when it comes out? Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty great that you got her started on that too. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't think we can really do this stuff next. Not yet, at least. Null is default return value. No, actually, undefined is in JavaScript. So if you have function foo and you just don't return anything, and you call it, this is going to be undefined. True, false. Oh, on a general rule. In general, it returns that you don't have anything. So let's say you had some function like get player by ID, and it takes in an ID, and you return something like this dot player's ID. If you wanted to specifically return null, you could say something like, let me do things this way. You could say player equals this, return player, but you could say something like if player is undefined, you could say return null. There's no real reason to do this in JavaScript. But that way, if you're like, hey, give me a player whose ID is Adam, let's say, or something like that, or number 1. And it'd be like, okay, cool, I've got Adam for you here. And you're like, give me a player whose ID is negative 5,000. And it's like, no, I don't have anyone. So you represent something that returns, return something that represents nothing. So yeah, what we've got to do is finish up this UI. Unfortunately, I gotta eat some food. Yeah, and Run for Your Life, I think Botland is kind of right up that same alley. So if you can go to play.bot.land and try out the alpha right now. It's not finished. The UI still definitely needs some work. Oh great, pawn defeated my defense. But it has the Blockly blocks in the game already. So yeah, you could start to mess around with this stuff. The problem is it's not incredibly straightforward without some help how to use this in Botland specifically. So Blockly is a common library, and if you know how to attach blocks in the right-click menu, that's also going to be the same. But then how it works in Botland is, yeah, a little bit different. But that's a really good Run for Your Life. And I think it's good that she seems like she likes doing it if she has already made some stuff. Because a lot of times I think what you'll see, and this happens with almost anything that parents can be enthusiastic about, is that the kids will be turned off from that thing. So a lot of programmer parents that I know, they'll try teaching their kids programming at some point, and it'll just backfire. I don't know exactly why that is. Yeah, so let's get some stats here. It is 12:40, and I've been online for about 4 hours. I'm gonna go get lunch, about 30 to 35 minutes, and I'll be back for another like 3.5 hours after lunch. And the task will be the same stuff, just UI. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Update defense. I'll lose the pawn. And what was that? Oh, the clip? Yeah, there are a few of those clips that are pretty funny, I think. The other one was this Tupper box. Alright, yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna go get my lunch. So thank you all for watching so far. I hope to see you after lunch. If not, have a good rest of your day. Catch you some other time. And yeah. Alright, take care. Okay, again, everybody. Yeah, alright, just reading through chat. And now I have read through chat. And now we can get back to UI. So for CPU, show name, picture, life, and description. So this is where we had gotten to with this. We looked at structure info panel and we had a bunch of information here. Hey, bye satellite, and thank you. And we want to put this into context bar. So render icon is what needs to change. And then after that, we're going to try to get this. Make sure this has been moved from context bar. So let's see. If we have a structure selected, think about this. Is structure selected? Return view structure is showing. Yeah. So here's where we get all of this stuff. Get icon image. Get icon props. We just do that. Get icon props. This is gonna be a little weird. And we would just do this. There. So typically, we'd return this. Cosmetics, primary color, secondary color. And let's make sure this even works. So we're going to copy paste all this stuff up to here and get rid of that. And now, so when we select something in the game so far, we see this image. We should still see that image. And that'll at least let me know that I did this correctly. Yeah, perfect. Then what we change this to, not the right welcome back, Jay Louise. So if the structure is selected, we're going to return something just based on the type of that structure. So we have entity type. If this dot props dot in-game state dot view structure dot entity type equals, I know this is pretty messed up. Entity type bot, CPU, chip, or landmine. Oh yeah, there are landmines. I forgot about those. And do we have owner information in here? Nope. No, we do not. Well, I wonder how I came up with a description for that. I guess something else came up with a description for that. So in this case, it's constants.entityType dot CPU. Can you select landmines? I don't even think you can. Return sprite name misc CPU. I don't even think this exists. Yeah, no, it doesn't. There's something in there. Alright, let's just take it from the computer. This is a bad idea. Because it's not going to look totally correct. I guess the other way we can do this is this. Let sprite name equals misc chip. Hey, why not? How's it going? And then I guess we can get constants from here too. Or I could do this any number of ways. And I choose to do it this way. Busy day, very tired. Yeah, I think today is gonna be 2, 3, 4, 5. I think today's gonna be a relatively busy day for me too. Actually, I think this week in general is just gonna be busy. What am I doing wrong? Oh, as. Hey, Damien. How did I learn to code? I've got this command here. Yeah, and I don't know how much I have to add to that really. And I'd say this is probably a pretty standard way that a lot of people learn how to code. Oh, check it out. Okay, cool. So we have a CPU image here. We just don't have a name showing up. And now I'm guessing something broke. Yeah, something definitely broke. But that makes sense. I haven't finished coding the rest of this. Oh, that doesn't sound very exciting. So I click this after this bar is already showing up. Oh, there's a couple of problems, huh? Oh, because both of these can show up at the same time, that's why. Man, yeah, I forgot about this. So if I go to play.bot.land and I go to the arena, I can click this and this? No, I can't. Oh, maybe... No, I don't know how you would do both of these, but I can't get this to work anyway. Anyway, here's where there's a problem. So get icon props. Is structure selected as apparently false? Yeah, it is. And yet we still have that thing showing up. And we don't have a blueprint. Okay, how do I get into this state? I click the CPU, does nothing. I click an image. I then click the CPU, it does nothing? No. Oh, I hit escape? That's all it takes? So I click this and hit escape? Yeah, then it breaks. Why though? Because just nothing selected. It should be, it's a problem with whatever is including a context bar, or whether this thing should even render. Yeah, is anything selected? Is there a has blueprint or something? No, there isn't. Well, we can do it this way. Is blueprint selected? Return not is nil this dot get blueprint. We can do it this way. Should render. I'm just gonna do this stuff. Yeah, why not? If you're curious, here's the top 250. Not, then return false. Otherwise, return this dot is blueprint selected or is entity selected. Yeah, there. So now when we close out of this, it should close the context bar automatically. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I can click this and then clicking it again. This will show and hide this. If I click this, oh nice. It shows the CPU, but it says no name and select hardware slot. We gotta fix that, of course. There's no way to show that again. Oh darn it, that's not gonna work. Guess we go back to this. Can show. So if selected bay ID is not equal to the last selected bay ID, or if if you change view structure is showing. Previous props.workbench state. It's not even workbench state. This isn't gonna be good. Hey, Neochromer. Yeah, there are a bunch of little things I can do here. Page showing. In-game state. Or the same thing with view bot is selected. It's an unfortunate set of conditions that I have there. I'll have to fix it later. You reset your number. Oh man. Yeah. I could have it so that the bot stores just the first time you followed. But instead, I don't think it's storing any of that. I think it's just asking Twitch for that information. Oh, so close. We don't have a blueprint. Yeah, that's the last thing I had to do. Hey, Brendan Live. If you want to see a long follow age, look at this. Brendan's been following since day one. And he still comes here. How's it going, Brendan? And yeah, Neochromer, a bunch of other people have tried that same sort of thing too. But they tried it a long time ago, so they didn't lose as much time. So we gotta fix this part up. Actually, the first thing we need to do is get the description in the name as well. This could be saved directly in there. Render text row. So this just gets state.description text, but nothing's gonna set that, is it? Well, this should figure it out for itself. Can we have sub age? Does Twitch ever give you that information? I don't know if that's public. Not that it has to be public, but you have the icon next to your name. I guess that gives you a general idea. It's probably what Twitch wants you to have. You can get it via API. But can I get your subscriber age to someone else via API? Or can only you get it? Okay, so in component did update, I think if we have... Why do I even have this in the state? So that a child component can update this. And yeah, I have Neochromer. She was in a Hacker News thing a while ago from a blog post that she made. Just my channel, okay. What's funny is I guess how much buzz that generated, because I had someone in real life asking that same question. Have I heard of her? Currently working on Angular 1. Wanting to not be working in Angular 1. Is there a reason why you can't use Angular 2? $200 viewers over 1 year? What does that mean? You mean 200 concurrent? Because I think that's because of the recent spotlight on her channel. But that's really good for her. Okay, I still gotta think of the best way to do this. So we have context bar, and then we optionally have a context bar hardware loadout. Oh, I see. You'd rather work on back end, not even necessarily Angular 2. So in the case that we have the hardware loadout showing, it will determine the description. In the case where we don't, the description will just be static, since there won't be anything to select. Yeah. The last one here. So if there wasn't a structure showing or it changed, yeah, it's not even that ID though. So if a structure wasn't showing and now it's showing, or if the structure is different, then we want to change that description. It's going well enough. I think this stuff is okay. This week's going to be another UI week. And I think a lot of it's going to be pretty straightforward. This is the last of the like slightly more code intensive stuff. Then it's just CSS stuff again. So let's have a componented update. Prev props. If previous props in-game state view structure. This is how I've been doing things, and I don't necessarily like doing this. Let's do it this way. And then what do we have? Entity real ID. I guess it's really, yeah, it's either one of those things. If either one of those things changed. And current entity ID. So if these two things aren't equal, or these two things aren't equal, then we want to change the description. Working on any specific section? Yeah, today I'm working on the arena at first. And I've done some work on this over the weekend too. But we got some changes here. So changes to the blueprint bar. There are going to be some icons up there. So I'm working on getting the context bar working correctly first. I see why not. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's too bad you can't just click those URLs. You need a user ID, I think. Which I never know what mine is. Their client ID, yeah. Update structure description. So this is that we know we have a structure showing. And we want to get this. So based on if it's a CPU or if it's a chip, but the chip itself could have a different description. In fact, I don't know where we show that right now. Wouldn't we just say with this dot set description, this dot or view structure dot description? I think this is how this could work. Hey DFCN. Let's take a look. Hey, nice. The core of your computer. Protect this to win. The only issue is we're not at a high enough level to have a chip, so let's go get a chip. So I switch to chips, we put that down, and we click the chip, which we can't do that way. Hey, nice. That did work. Why? Oh, I was like, why is this color different? But the color is not different. It's just that the background is different. Yeah. Alright, let's save that. Yeah, a lot of people have been giving feedback on this stuff, and I appreciate that. This is the new UI. I definitely think looks a lot better, and once we have that in the game, it's gonna look a lot nicer. So set description and then render text row. This dot get name. The name, if there's a blueprint, I guess we get it from that. Otherwise, we pull it from a different location. I don't like this stuff. So the blueprint, return that. If it's a structure, then return this. Otherwise, return this .propsci and GameState.viewBot.name. Did you use any algorithms in making Botland? Yeah, definitely. I think what you are probably asking is, did you use any well-known algorithms? And yeah, there are a bunch of different things in there too. So like A star for pathfinding and different sorting, and I don't know. It's almost impossible to write something on the back end without using some algorithms. Okay, so it says regen 15 life every turn. We click the CPU. It says CPU, the core of your computer. And we should try this when you attack someone else too. CPU, the core of their computer. Kill this to win. They don't have a chip though, so I guess I'll just attack my own defense. Yeah, nice. Yeah, and so the reason we see that tile showing up behind this is because I haven't started using the new graphic yet, so that's just a minor problem. But yeah, that's working. And what happens when we... Oh, that's broken. Oh, yeah, that's the last thing I have to do, but that's not the item I was on yet. So we have show name, picture, life, and description. The only thing we don't have is life there. Where is it? Life and max life. Yeah. Well, we have the information. We just... Oh, wait a second. What? ViewBot doesn't have max life? Huh. Interesting. I guess because we just assume that it's 2,000 all the time. Also, I don't have the life bar even rendering right now. Where's that original picture? Here it is. So it's supposed to render right there at the left side. Does this look how he has it here? No, it's slightly different. And we don't show shields there either, but that's fine. We don't have that in the UI. I'll show the life bars in a bit. Yeah, show life bars for everything. And the context bar at the bottom. I think what I want to do first... Looks like StarCraft bars, Protoss. I mean, yeah, having life and having shields, and just that they happen to be green and blue, I guess it's interesting. I want to write that down. So Jason actually provided two different ways of doing this. One was a radial bar around shields. So for example, here you can see that the set of shields has roughly 3/4 of the life left, and then a life bar underneath, and then the stacked bars. And my preference is the stacked bars here. So I think that's just what I'm going to implement. So yeah. Okay, so we have this working for one. Oh yeah, that's right. We just don't have it working for bots that you select yet. Stacked looks better. I'll write that down too. If anyone else has any opinions, feel free to share them, even if it's just the same opinion. Stacked is more consistent. Okay. Hey, Vet. Unless you have a shield that gets more translucent, the less energy. We don't. And I think that there are two things you might want to know for shields. Two pieces of info. One is the amount of shields, and two is the duration of shields. I think fading out could start to affect the duration. So if you saw a shield start flashing, it wouldn't be that it's about to be broken. It'd be that it's about to just disappear. And nice. Chicken salad's good. Do you put any berries in it, EJ? Like grapes or cranberries? because I find that makes it very good. So we've got these things. This is all done. We just don't have this done for bots yet. Well, we don't have it done for bot entities. We have it done for blueprints. This works, and you can click this, but you can't click it for something like this yet. Well, the thing is, so why not? I'm actually not even using it for duration right now. I was just saying that maybe in the future we'd want to reserve it for that. But even that is a very fuzzy indicator of like, oh, it's kind of transparent, so I guess it's about to go away, but you wouldn't know exactly how long. Enjoy simple taste. I hate putting extra stuff on anything. And what's the game you're making, EJ? A game where you're instructed to put a bunch of extra stuff on stuff? Stuff on stuff. Nice. I am so eloquent when I'm thinking about streaming. Yes, we gotta use the proper CPU image. The rest of this stuff isn't too bad. Yeah. Render CPU and chips in context bar. Well, it's not really render. Show CPU and chips in context bar when selected. Something like that. Next, bot entities. So this is where things get a little tougher, but not impossible, just a little tougher. Yeah, because we have all this stuff here that's going to need to be used. Oh boy. And then we need to show scripts as well. Show scripts when your own bot is selected. Do we have the script's name? Do we? We have blueprint ID, I guess that's enough. I played a game a while back that let users customize their health bar colors. Might be an annoyance, but might be a nice thing to offer players. Oh, that's interesting. I actually never thought of that. Yeah, interesting. Hey, Wizla. I'm going to write that down, why not? I don't know if I'm going to use that idea, but I'm going to write it down. Because I think you could get kind of out of control with this stuff. We have a bunch of different tile sets planned. You have the bot colors, of course, that you can already customize. So what happens when someone's trying to make something like just obnoxious looking and there's some, you know, bright pink garbage bot and it's got a bright pink life bar and a bright pink background in the arena and you're just like, oh man, this game looks ugly, not even this player. So I think there's some amount of stuff we'd have to do to prevent you from burning someone's eyeballs out of their head. But yeah, I'll think about it at least. So right now we have has hardware loadout and a viewbot would too. And where is this used? For render hardware. Yeah, and then we just need to get it correctly. Okay, so the IDs need to change. And hardware is just going to be pulled from hopefully right here. Yeah. Okay, this might not be so bad. The hardware's pulled from blueprint. Hardware equals null. So if there is a blueprint, let's get the hardware from the blueprint. Blueprint.hardware. Otherwise, let's get the hardware from this.props.ingame-state.viewbot.hardware. I know this looks ridiculous. And then the ID we also want to get from this. So we'll say let ID equals null. Here the ID is going to be something like this. Blueprint.id. And here the ID is going to be bot. What am I currently working on? I'm working on getting it so that when you click a bot, you will see the context bar at the bottom. Right now, it's only when you click a blueprint that happens. And I'll show you that right after I know this, because I don't expect this to be too bad here. We'll do that, and we'll say this. And this will be viewbot, what's it called? Bot ID. Okay, so then this stuff goes away. It's not blueprint ID that we change here, it's just ID. And yeah, that's it. So context bar hardware loadout. Blueprint ID was only used for this. Okay, let's test this. It's going to be interesting. Who knows if I did this right? So we click a bot and it breaks. And that is because get icon is assuming that we have a blueprint. And we don't. So we're not going to pull this from the blueprint. And we're not going to pull this from your player either. What am I doing here? No, I guess if we have a blueprint, we will. Alright. Cosmetics equal null. Let primary color equals null. Let secondary color equals null. And if this dot has blueprint, is blueprint. What is that function called? It's got blueprint in the name. Is blueprint selected? Then we do this. Otherwise, we pull the stuff directly from the view bot. Can you not do things that way? Apparently you can't. Well, whatever. Although you can do it here. Why can't you do this here? Huh, let's go check something out. If I say A equals message hi, and I say let B equals null, or no, let message equal null, message equals A, that's not valid. But if I said message comma ignored equals A, that is valid? No, I'm guessing then it's going to start highlighting this in red. Okay, fine. Then I understand what's going on. I just want to make sure. So cosmetics, and here it is. What is color pair? Ooh, that's, I don't like that. And yeah, I'm still going to do this. Tyron Naz, welcome back. Thanks for the 2-month lost streak resub. Thanks for resubbing. So your cosmetics is going to be based on Cubot. Yeah. That's why I say lost streak. Cosmetics, primary color and secondary color. At least I had most of this information. I wouldn't have wanted to get this again. Okay, let's try that. So we click this. Oh, it worked. It worked. Nice. Okay, we are in business here. Yeah, nice. So let's try this when you're attacking and see what happens. It shows the correct colors. It shows lasers, landmines. You can click these things. Nice. Yeah, this is looking good. So by the way, I don't know what you get. Well, I don't really care too much. This is a very minor point, but I was going to say when you select landmines, it tells you lays landmines that explode. When you click another bot that has exactly the same blueprint, it deselects landmines. I don't think that matters though. Welcome back late. Yeah, nice. Hey, Luculus. Oh, whoa, something weird happened there. I deselected that? No, what? That. What was that? What was that? Hang on, I click this. I click here, I hit escape. No, darn it, that's not it. Oh, I forgot. Okay. What did I do? I click this. I hit escape. I forgot what I just did. It was some combination of keystrokes that made this thing stay open, and I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I can't remember what did this. It was a small bug. I can't figure it out now. Oh well. Because we're just never going to find that bug again. Pressing escape closed that. And I click here. And then I hit escape. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So when selecting an enemy bot, show the account name. Is that what's happening right now? We're not in that state. We need to get into that state. So we need to go attack another player. So we see Adam5. If I click this, oh darn it, it's showing their bot name. That's not correct. So we don't have the right name for this. I don't even know where that gets set. View bot details. I don't even know where this thing gets used. I guess we should just find it from the source. It's wherever we set viewbot, and I probably call it set viewbot details. Set selected, or it's selected bot in arena. Selected bot in arena. Here we go, and there is the name. Where does the name come from? The name component. Why can't we just take whatever is in the text area? Why are they different? Get text component. Add text component for bot. Name equals get bot display name. Seriously. What does this do? I see. Ooh, Thai food. It's so tempting, but what, you can't eat it for some reason? Did you already eat food? You should just have some more. Just never stop eating. Best diet advice ever. Capillara, I don't understand that. What's the problem? But it's tempting, which means you want it. So you should have it. And you can eat it. NA diet advice. I feel like there should be an Adam art next to it. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there it goes. Don't eat green food. There's plenty of green food that I think you should be eating. Yeah, so this is what we would need to use for this. So we don't get the name from the name component. We get it from here. And that should fix that problem. Oh, they're supposed to be for tomorrow, I see. Yeah, Spurman's right. You can get more food tomorrow. We live in an age of abundance. Ah, EJ. Who would defile a burger like that? Adam5, nice. Nice, nice, nice. We did it. Yeah, nice. Okay, then life bars, script. Get rid of the other stuff. So this is done. Let's go lint that. Needs more pickles. I want to see a tower double that height. Replace both components. Yeah, so that's the last item on this list after all of this. Did I write it down? No. This is what I need to do here. Oh, I gotta mention what ID is here, because it's not at all obvious. We'll say like composite ID. This isn't an ID that corresponds. This ID is only used to detect changes in what's in the hardware. What am I saying? Yeah, okay. Is only used to detect changes in the hardware loadout. That way we know to update the description. Wait. The full conversation was this. Oh, Endurant. Man, even I know this. That you guys live in the same country. I mean, okay, there are a couple of mistakes that were along these same lines. I think at one point Digit Live said something like, oh, I don't know, he was confused about how he was able to use subscriber emotes, even though he had a subscriber icon next to his name and had subscribed like a week before or something. And then there's always Pro Sam and April Fool's Day, which I'll never forget. Okay, so we have composite ID mentioned, which means that this won't get passed in that way anymore. This is now composite ID. So we'll just test it one more time. Nice. Yeah, I don't like how I coded this, but I don't want to address it yet. His resentment levels prevent me from being in the same state. That's not true. Show bot entity information in Arena context bar. It had already worked for blueprints, but for entities, I needed to source the information from a different part of Redux. Learning design patterns, and just curious, do you use some of them? I hope you do, and which ones and how? No, you're not being annoying, Neochromer. I think, so I use some design patterns for things, but I'd say some of them are pretty small, and that you might be like, okay, how should I design this one class? And you might have a design pattern for that. And some of them are, yeah, larger design patterns for the whole code base. And some of them you'll end up using just because you're using another library. So for example, Redux has a whole set of design patterns for it, I'd say, that I'm using because I'm using Redux. So I don't know how to answer this question in general, but there's things like observables with event emitters. There's some inheritance patterns that I have for some of the classes. There's some composition patterns. There's a builder pattern. There's a lot of these different things, but I don't think this is going to be helpful to just list them off. I think it'd be more like, how did you do that specific part, for example? Tyron, if you actually drive by where I'm working, that means you'd have to live very close to me, I think. And I mean, I know you're in the general area, but I'd be pretty surprised if you were like down the street from me. Hey, Mr. Frosty. Honk next time. We should probably remove these other things before we get to this point. So blueprints won't have life, only entities will. Cry from laughing if there's a honk in less than an hour? I'd be a little weirded out, to be honest. I mean, I know, like, yeah, sure, there's personal information you can find of mine online, and please don't share that with chat, but still, that would be pretty strange. When I'm watching the code, I mostly see Redux stuff. Yeah, I think as of late, you're probably seeing a lot of that the last, like, day. Okay, so when you have a blueprint selected, there's no way to show life because blueprints don't have life. Yeah, we're going to need some padding on this. Why strange? It would be funny. I guess if that's Tyron's normal path, then yeah, it wouldn't be that weird. I don't know what you can find online right now, EJ, but it's possible it's up to date. Who knows? I shouldn't really be talking about this. Last name Art. So this bar in particular should look pretty similar to this, but they're constructed using two different styles entirely. This is going to be done in WebGL. This is going to be done in HTML. As for getting this thing to render, it's just two divs. So I guess I'll try it. Shouldn't be too bad. So we go to context bar, and we're going to say right before render icon, I guess render life. This would be potentially in a Flexbox. Yeah, let's do that. So we have a flex here, and we say this dot render life bar. If an entity is not selected, then just return null. Otherwise, let's return a very tiny div. We'll just say H in it for health. And let's just make sure this shows up in the right spot. That's the only goal here. So nothing shows up here because that's a blueprint. But when we select an entity, we see an H. Perfect. So this H should have a height of the entire bottom bar, I hope. I do not like working with one monitor when it comes to this thing. Where's that H? Here it is. Yes, perfect. Has the whole height. Okay, good. So we just need to just need to do this. Wait, what? 6'6" and 47/64 of an inch? Does Google tell you 47/64? Try it 2M defeat. No, it doesn't tell you in a fraction, right? How did you see 47/64? Oh, did you type out feet? No, that doesn't do anything different. Yeah, what? This is Vorland. So we're just gonna have two divs inside of each other. I don't know if we have a health bar. We don't. We need like an HTML health bar component. Really just a progress bar component, but let's make a special one here. Oh, wow. Huh, Dutch Google. I guess that's what happened. Yeah, we have a different Google. So we'll make a new component. Is it life bar? Oh, we have life bar. Where does this show up? Oh, would you look at that? Oh, I know where this shows up. This is this life bar right here. Yeah, it's Not gonna be that bad. We would just want to make it vertical, which means not doing any of this garbage. Where does LifeBar get used? In hopefully 2 places: Blueprint info panel and Structure info panel. Just Structure info panel. Oh, okay, not too bad. So yeah, we just pass in %life there. Great, let's try it out. So return LifeBar and pass in %life. %life equals 75. Now we just go include this from here. So now we'll see a LifeBar. I forgot the semicolon. See a LifeBar that goes horizontally and is filled 75% of the way. I don't see it at all. That means I done screwed up. Where are you, LifeBar? Here's a div. Where's the LifeBar? What color is this? Background color green. Oh, it doesn't have a width. Right. Oh, forget this. I don't want to do this. Fine, we'll do this the right way. So I guess the width will be the same, or shared style, really. That gets put into LifeBar style as well. I guess we need to pass in a property that would say whether this is vertical or not. So this is how we do this stuff for horizontal LifeBars. And we're not going to have horizontal LifeBars. I'll just copy paste that out of here for now. So we'll have, let's see, the height of this. We need to have specified the width of the outer container here. Botland is the tool to create clever AI. You're on to me. Green component, red component. I don't even use this stuff. We'll have to modify that. Transition, background color. Yeah, so it's the height that would change here. And we transition the height here. And then width might be set here, but even that's not really necessary. So this will make a vertical LifeBar, I think. Yeah, there it is. But that's not set to 75%. I don't know, what does it set to? Height 100%. Why? Oh, because I typed 75, 0.75. And now it should be 75% filled. Yeah, it's in the wrong direction. We want it to show from the... there should just be a flex. Fine. Fine. Import flex from JSX style. This div turns into a flex. Wait, why would it turn into a flex? What am I messing up now? No, I don't. I'm not thinking right now. I'm definitely just not thinking. Hey again, Mitch. Yeah, plus the way we want this to work is such that there's a bar inside of this that fills up. I wonder if we can just position this inner div lower. Because this one, if we set the width a little bit lower, yeah. So we can, no, there's no easy way to see this, is there? Nope. Yeah, because if we close this and we have stopped selecting it. Line item not align items. It'd be like vertical align. And we change this. No. This is so minor. Oh, I'm changing the vertical line of the wrong thing. That also doesn't work though. Some other thing. Text align? Well, that's something. Let's just look this up. This is how to center something. Oh yeah. We could just set the bottom of this thing, right? Bottom 0px. Position relative. Did we set a top on this thing? I think there is a top being set on this. There's Friado. I'm messing this whole thing up. I think what I'm trying to do is such a simple thing to do too. Well, one thing we could do, I guess, is just set the top lower. And there, it looked like this is different. What if we set, put it, yeah. Okay, this means that this height is, something's controlling the top position of this. No, I just can't figure out what it is. Because if I set this to 75, it's correct. So if I set it to 0, why is it incorrect? Oh, what if we just made this negative? Because we know the height of this. Okay, that would technically work, but I think this would look really weird. So it'd be something like this. Negative percent life. Percent. No, pixels. You know you should not use minus in CSS? Why shouldn't you? This didn't even work. What am I doing? Oh, negative 0.75. I need to multiply this by 100. Yeah, this is bad. This is just bad. And it's still not working. This isn't doing anything. I guess it still needs position relative on it. If you use minus, you screwed everything up. Yeah. You know what then? Let's just do this in a fiddle or something. I'll mess around with it there. Because I think this CSS is really basic and I'm just completely losing it right now. So this div will say class name equals outer, and then we have a div class name equals inner. There's our HTML. So outer has a background color of red, a width of, let's say, 200, and a height of 600. So we should see this, right? Do I have to click run? Okay, how could I mess up something this basic? Just do class. Oh yeah, class name is the React. My bad. There we go. Okay, so yeah, there's our very tall bar that we have there. Cool, and then the inner one is gonna have background color green, the same general width, and a height of only, let's say, 400 pixels. So what's gonna happen is it's gonna show the top 4/5 are gonna be filled. And we just wanna move this to the bottom. Hey Kazoos, yeah, it's Friday. So what I was thinking is we could make this have position absolute, give this one position relative, and give this one a bottom of 0 pixels, and that's it. Yeah. See, this is why I don't know why I spend so much time. Like, this is super simple, and I just being dumb about it. How'd you enable night theme? Do I have just the command for you? There you go, Blueberry King. Okay, so all we needed to do was these simple properties that I had here. So we don't need a flex. We just set this back to a div. We get rid of this stuff. I don't know what I was thinking. So what we should do is take in the class name and everything else. Is that a progress bar? This is, oh yeah, I know I should use, I just wanted to get these things positioned correctly. This is going to be a life bar. So yeah, it's basically a progress bar blocker. And then I think I should have this pass in a class name here. I feel like that'd be a better use of this. And then I just pass in this class name. Yeah, fine. Class name. Styles.lifebar container. Where's that come from? Oh, whoa. Who knew we had that? Okay, well, let's put this back to how it was then. And now we can just mess around with this. So we could do position relative, and then the div underneath has position absolute bottom 0. And now that should just look correct. Yeah, there's our life bar. So now what we could do is we could put some padding on this, like maybe a pixel. What happened? Oh, because we have the width set. What in the world is going on? What, margin? What am I trying to do here? No, I am trying to do padding. I just want the width to be lowered by the amount that there's padding. And I guess I want this thing to have align item center. Or is it justify content center? None of this stuff should matter, right? Because of how I position this. Okay, let's test something out. We'll just use this fiddle. So we'll set the width to 100, and that way it's only half. And then we'll try to position this in the center. We don't want center horizontally. Margin 0 auto. It's absolutely positioned though. That's not gonna work. Text align center. I don't know what's going on. I'm like not thinking or. Oh, this is centering that. I want to pick the inner one. No, none of these matter. Because I have this position absolutely. I guess what I could do is I could just figure out what position this should be at. I suppose that wouldn't be that tough. But I don't think I'm supposed to do this. So we'd override the width here. This would be. And this would be something like width is width minus whatever padding we have. And then we set the left equal to the padding. This is a terrible way of doing things. It will probably work, but I don't like it. I just don't like it. Yeah, there we go. So when I zoom out now, here's what we have. Well, what do we want it to look like? Like this, but flipped on its side. So let's put this in MS Paint. Let's flip it on its side. And let's examine it. I'd say that's probably like a 1 or 2 pixel border. And it is this green in the background. Where's the background color? Here. So it's that green in the background, and in the foreground it is that green. Background color. Start saying goodbye to paint. I'll just use paint on that. And this is if we want to color things based on the, let's say, change color with life. If this dot props dot change color with life bar style dot background color equals this. And even then I don't like this. So whatever, let's see how this looks. Yeah. So we can just set the padding equal to 4, I guess. Great. How wide are these life bars? With respect to the bot, it is like a 1/10 of the bot size, an 1/8 maybe. But I think it's a little bit larger than whatever I have right now. So we could just pass in a different width. All this is going to look messed up. But also it's not that thick. Is that like closer to this? Yeah, width-wise I think it's pretty good now. And I think that bar is even smaller though. And I think I'm messing up how this padding is working. There. Oh, that took a long time. But it should look good now. Yeah, there we go. So next we put a little bit of padding around this whole flex. So this one we say, or well, margin left on this. Margin left is 6 pixels, yeah, something like that. And instead of doing it this way, what we really should do is set padding on the container, which is Arena context bar. I'm not going to put the shield bar there, actually. I don't have that information in the UI right now. That's just going to go into the Arena. I think, yeah, maybe ideally it would show up there, but I'm not going to do that yet. Padding left, what did I pick? Because whatever I picked was actually a pretty good number. 6. So does this look pretty close to the mock-up? I know the mock-up uses different colors. I don't think we're going to use those same colors. Also, the colors are a bit different in the background too, which that'll fix that. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, okay, cool. This image goes a little bit outside of the context bar, which I'd be okay doing that for bots. I just don't know about for like the CPU, for example. And then we set the position of this to something lower, like translate. Yeah, something like this. This doesn't look too bad. But then what happens when you click, so let's copy paste all this stuff and then click the CPU. Yeah. Yeah, actually I like that. I like that. We're going to do that. So what is that class called? That is edit blueprint footer bot image. Edit blueprint footer bot image. Not anymore, it's not. Now it is context bar icon. Transform, translate y -10 pixels. Okay, that'll look a little bit better. So now when you click a bot, it'll go slightly beyond the context bar, which I think will look nice. Well, for the sewing machine, it doesn't really look that cool, but for these, it looks a little bit better. Yeah, I like that. All right. Well, that took me a while. So we have life bars. Let's see if they automatically update themselves. Oh no, we don't have life bars. I hard coded it to 75%. Time to unhard code them. So if it's a bot that's selected, let's do this. %life. If this dot is structure selected, %life equals we have all the information we need here. So dot life divided by dot max life. Otherwise, %life is going to be ubot.life divided by constants. I don't like doing this. I think this should be saved in the UI as well. But there we go. So we'll try a real battle and we'll see if this gets updated in the UI. This will be a good test. So it shows it 100%, and now we hit the test button, and we click this bot. Where are you going? This is walking around like an idiot. What about this one? Yeah, we can see this life bar changing, and then it dies, and this bot actually doesn't exist anymore. Well, I guess it's working. What about the CPU? Yeah. Yeah, you can see the life bar drop on the bottom left. I think it might be nice to have that property always be true. So we basically just change this and then take a look at how it goes. So now when the CPU is taking damage, or really when anything is taking damage, so let's set this to long range. Let's just click this chip and watch this bar. This will turn red. I don't really like that much. We'll just get rid of this. No, that's working. So the next thing to do is show script when your own bot is selected. The only issue here is that script names can be 25 characters long, I think. bar is showing. Selected entities. Alright, show scripts. This is the last part of the context bar, and this thing looks like this, where we just have script name. Let me zoom out a bit. There we go. We just have the script name showing up on the right side. So it says script, colon, and then just the script name in bold. This is going to be a little bit tough because with some of these, like artillery, for example, the description is so long that it's going to get in the way of the script name. I guess this isn't so bad. We're going to need short descriptions for them anyway. But we do need to figure out how this flex is going to work. So let's take a look. Context bar. And where did we show scripts to begin with? That was in Blueprint info panel. Script name. That was just passed in as a prop. Script name, there it is. Where's that come from? Either take it from the blueprint or take it from, or just say no script assigned. Requires that we have a blueprint ID. Do we? No, yeah, we do. Wow. Okay. Yeah, wow. Let's try it out. So if the blueprint exists, we can get the script name from here, which goes into render text row. Render text row at the end of this is going to have its own, well, the close button is always at the end. Space between isn't going to work anymore unless this goes into its own flex box, which we could try. This dot render script name. Get blueprint. If is nil blueprint, then just return null. Otherwise, we know it exists. So we figure out its name. This is not used. We don't care about this. We don't care about this stuff. Workbench state, surprisingly have. And if that exists, how's my food and what did I eat? Food was good. I had some kind of cabbage. It's Indian food. As usual. This did not work. This is fantastically broken because I don't even see anything rendering here. I wonder what happened. Put a breakpoint here. Because this is my bot. I should have this. Did you end up eating that Thai food, Capillara? Cabbage is an Indian. I was saying it was done in an Indian style. I don't think many ingredients now are associated with a specific culture, are they? Like, I know, okay, so Thai food uses basil a lot, but I wouldn't say, like, basil is a Thai ingredient. There are probably certain spices that are associated with food, but are any vegetables associated with a kind of food, or a kind of cuisine? Yeah, Arcadian. What Albion? What is that? Sandbox MMO. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Sarma. No, but that's a dish. What I'm saying is any raw ingredient, like a fruit or a vegetable, typically associated with one cuisine? So surprisingly, we just don't have a script here. But then why are we not rendering anything? Because it should just say no script assigned and then return that. Did I mess something up? Oh, this is just returning a string. But still, I don't see that string in the UI. I guess this would have to be a div. Well, we could do that. Curry powder. I guess that'd be a collection of different spices. Am I from India? No, I'm American. Why is this not working? I'm returning a div now, definitely. And the div doesn't appear in here. The description, the close thing. I'm calling render script name. I know there's that div. Let's give this an ID of just waffles. Now let's find out if this is even in the DOM. Now we just search for waffles, and yeah, it's not there. Well, how can I mess this up? I don't know how I could. Because we know this thing exists. In fact, we can print this out, stringify script name, and just take a look. I'm guessing this is getting defined. I'm loading from localhost. Everything else should be working just fine. So as soon as I click this, we should see a script, and we don't. Oh, there it goes. There's unnamed, and there's no script assigned. So when you click a bot, it doesn't work for some reason. Because you don't have a blueprint. You gotta pull it from the entity. Darn it. Okay, I know what I messed up then. Yeah, that's frustrating. This all has to change. Alright, I get it, at least. Selected bay ID. We'll say let blueprint ID equals null if this dot is blueprint selected. Blueprint ID equals this is a silly way of doing things. No, I guess we could do it this way. Workbench state selected bay ID. Self-taught or school. I mean, I don't know what to say. Does one override the other? If you've gone to school, could you be self-taught still? But I'd say it's a combination. Otherwise, the blueprint ID is going to get pulled from wherever the viewbot stuff is, which we don't have any other information here. So let's do it this way. Assign game state dot viewbot dot blueprint ID. Yeah, there. Then we use that blueprint ID to get. Oh, great, we don't have that either. If that's null for some reason, just return null. I don't know how that would even happen. Otherwise, return this stuff, get rid of the ID. Okay, let's try that. So now even when you click an entity, it should tell you the same thing it tells you right here, unnamed or no script assigned. Those are the only two I have. So yeah, there it is, unnamed at the bottom right, and this one should say no script assigned. So let's rename unnamed to something, just anything. My script. Update. And yeah, this says my script, we'll save that. Told us once you don't mention your age, right? Correct. May I ask some questions regarding that? They've been on my mind for a while. I mean, I suppose so, but you may not get satisfying answers from it. So yeah, we see my script here. Here we see no script assigned. So this is working. What happens when we shrink the page? Not that I care too much about that. Yeah, that's about as good as we can hope for right now. I like this. I think this is good. Oh, except for this isn't what the UI looks like. It should say script colon and then that in bold. Oh, right. Okay, so then we do this. Script colon and then this is span. I'll just put strong. How do you celebrate your birthday in a work environment? You mean like at previous jobs? What did I do? Because typically I never share my birthday with anybody. Hey, CD. What does your name mean? You just gave me a great idea. What is this? Yeah, so this looks more like it. We just need the right font. What font is that? It's probably the same one that we've been using everywhere, which is Lato. So we'll just do this. CName equals styles dot context bar script name. And I'll just put font family. Your office name at work? Oh, what does that mean? I'm curious about this. Okay, that looks pretty good. This is JavaScript. Alright, yeah, this looks pretty good. We should probably center this stuff, because I don't know what I'm doing with this right now, but I don't think it looks centered. I'll do this part off screen. Your OF of office. I love the FAW command. Hawkadium, you don't need to retype commands though in chat. All they do is just give you the same information. What was I changing? It was this thing. Align items center. Yeah, that's helpful, but that doesn't tell me about this stuff, right? You still need to do align item center on this. No, apparently on all these. Yeah, and then this one too. Align item center. But then the X is wrong. But the rest of this looks a lot better. Also, I don't even think this is aligned to the center. I think this is aligned at the bottom. Flex end. Yeah, I don't know how. Okay. CCD. I still don't understand. Your office name. Do you all get aliases? Or like the building has a name? Where's that X? Want the X to be lower. As far as I can tell, yeah, the X is right here. I think we're gonna need to just change this thing. I just have to say a top of like 5 pixels position relative. Yeah, okay, so we'd have to put a bunch of different alignments on this stuff. Also, this text is not aligned. That's centered. This is on the lower part. So add to close button. Actually, we have the close button, don't we? Yes, we do. So that goes there. Then on the rest of the context bar, we just need to add a whole bunch of align items center for this stuff. So this one is align items center. This one is not that. This is align items equals flex end. And this one is align items equals center. And it should look just like this. Does that mean you didn't celebrate your birthday with a stream even though it was your birthday? Yeah, correct. So I've been streaming now for almost 2 years. So I had to have at least one birthday in that time, possibly more. And yeah, I don't celebrate on stream. Ah, there we go. Okay, thank you, CD. I didn't know if this was some like deeper meaning. Capillary, you can do better than that. You will actually. Hang on. You will see me wear party hats on Friday. I'm gonna celebrate Botland's birthday, just not my own. Yeah. Okay. Well, this definitely looks more like the mock-up now. This text appears to be centered. This text is lower. This text is centered, and the X is sort of centered. So we have all that now. Spoilers. Yeah, I know. Well, you already got all the spoilers on Discord. Oh, this is now done. I started bottling on my birthday. You'll never know. Render script name. Yeah, and lay this stuff out a little bit differently. Render script name of selected of selection in context bar. Wait, but only if it's your bot. What happens if you select it from somebody else's bot? Yeah, it just doesn't show up. Nice. Cool. Make it so the hardware slot loadout can be clicked. Yeah, I need to make it so you can unclick it now. Hardware slot.js has an on-click and on-select. And so context bar hardware loadout passes in nothing. Where is this used? Selected hardware slot. So we need to know if it was already selected. I don't have that information, do I? Set default description. So how about this? If hardware slot dot hardware ID equals this dot state dot selected hardware ID, then deselect it. This dot set default description and this dot currently selected ID. We don't even need to do that. ID to select. Okay, there. And then this just gets set here. Else ID to select equals this. And set the description. Cool. This is JavaScript CD. And yeah. You gave me two of these images. One was because I was an imposter, apparently. Oh wait, yeah, here's the imposter one. Yeah. Impersonation. A little social engineering should give it away or not. So, in general, I have very few chat rules. Whoops. Just meant to drag this tab over here. Yeah, like one of them is don't post personal information. So, I'm sure you can figure out practically anything about me. But, yeah, just try not to post that in chat. Is your name really Adam? Yes. So you should now be able to deselect the hardware that you've selected. So we click this, we click landmines, we click it again, it deselects it. Yeah, that's it. Not too crazy. Allow for deselecting hardware slots in context. Using cubicle 13531. That's my office name. Make it so that the context bar still works for blueprints that you select and for entities that you select. That's done. Make sure there's a short description. This is kind of polished work. I'll put this at the end. Make sure I've gotten rid of blueprint info panel and blueprint structure or structure info panel. Yeah, these things are still there and they are large amounts of code. Getting rid of this is going to take a little bit of time. How much code was there? 250 lines and 100 lines. But then also any styles that we might have had, any callers. I'm pretty sure they both only had one caller. Yeah, here. Oh boy. Yeah, all that's going to be gone. This information will only be valid during the setup phase. During execution, temporary IDs get stored in the replay and never correlated back. I should probably copy paste this comment, huh? I don't even think it's going to help us. I don't even forget blueprint of mine. Base, yeah. I wonder if anyone has a name like that in the world. Can you name yourself numbers legally in any country? Actually, I wonder what the restrictions are on that. Are you forced? You're not forced to have an alphanumeric name, right? Yeah, this is just motor oil. Clear motor oil. Okay, well that can be gone, I suppose. What else do we have here? Thankfully there aren't any controls there. Yeah, Prince changed his name to a symbol, right? But I guess you can name yourself numbers then. How awesome would it be to call myself 42? The thing is, you could spell out 42. But I think if you ever named yourself a number, you'd probably have a nightmare trying to fill out online forms nowadays. Because you'd probably be the only person in the world whose name is a number. As I think all of these things are going to be done away with. Probably all these extra functions too. What about forehead? Yeah. Change your name to an emoji. Alright, viewbot.primary color. Cool. We don't need that. Blueprint info panel X and Y. So get rid of these things. Basically any reference to blueprint info. Bobby tables. Script name, close blueprint info panel. What else do we have here? Unplace entity by ID. Adam Art Juan. My name would be Baby Rage. I get really good at drawing it so that I could sign my name every time I buy groceries. Close blueprint info panel. Yeah, we already have that one marked down. On drag. Yeah. So I think this whole function can be deleted. Throttle to set blueprint info panel chords. Not going to be needed anymore. Closed. Not going to be needed. I wonder if it should deselect it. Probably not. So all that stuff is gone. Now we just need to delete it from the rest of the code base. Which we have a decent number of references here. If the blueprint info panel is showing for a bot that had died, then this will close the panel. I'm gonna watch the replay and you click the bot. Blueprint info panel will open because the bot is alive. Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know about this. Dan's game isn't terribly cropped. I think that was back when there was just the light mode, so it didn't look so bad on the background. But yeah, it's not great either. Yeah, I should ask Jason what should happen here. When you have an entity selected that is dead, what do we want to do? What about an entity that no longer exists? E.g. you watch a replay, click an entity at the beginning, hit play, then the entity dies. Then the phase completes or something, I don't know. I don't know, something about replays here. I'll just write this down. Okay, what else? Because that's this potentially hide info panel. It's not called the blueprint info panel anymore though. Okay, well, that changed that. Hide the context bar. This just goes away entirely. And search for blueprint info. Blueprint info panel. We're just going to delete all this stuff. If you have the blueprint info panel open, then select this bot. Select this blueprint. Oh boy. What if I got rid of this? I don't know if this is necessary, because we're not even going to have that blueprint info panel anymore. This may need to go away. I'll write this down over here. Still needs to... Yeah, and then any other info panel. Yeah. 150 word essay. You know what's amazing is seeing the birth of some of these memes. I remember that that Dragon Ball Z remix video that we need to go even farther beyond, and then it was just Goku shouting for the rest of like a minute and a half. I remember the first time I saw that was in Forzen's stream, and I think it was the first time a lot of people had seen that, because the reaction in chat was amazing. I remember the first time I saw that 120 word essay meme, but I think that had already been repeated by that point. Blueprint is selected in the blueprint info panel, then hide the panel entirely if you delete the blueprint. What does this do? Oh man, there's going to be a lot of issues here. Yeah, we still have to look at that. And then blueprint info panel can go away completely. Just delete all this code. Yeah, delete this whole thing. To find, this means you selected a bot in order to launch the context bar. This goes away, and then this entire file probably goes away, but we need to make sure that none of these were called anymore. can't be if they have blueprint info panel in the name. Structure info panel, delete button, and structure info panel. Well, that's the next thing to delete, so let's just close out of this and delete it. Okay, so let's search for any remaining blueprint.star info. That's a bad idea. Blueprint underscore info. None. And blueprint info 1, which I still need to look at, and info panel a few. Great. So we'll delete this whole thing too. Yeah. Now we'll go through that same process. Structure info. This is to accommodate the case where you select chip A, then you drag chip B onto chip A. Update the coordinate. What? Oh yeah, I think I know what this does. What series am I watching right now? I'm rewatching The Office with my wife. My wife hasn't seen it before though. But that's it, and it's The American Office. I don't think we need to do this. Yeah. Try to hide the structure info panel. There's a lot of stuff that's going to need to change. Oh, watching on Netflix? Yeah, I am. That's not what's needed. Render structure info panel. Unplace entity. Any other ones here? We probably don't need the pan values to even be in the... I don't need to persist pan / zoom values into Redux any longer. Wait, Rick and Morty's on Netflix? I didn't know that. I don't think I finished season 2 of Rick and Morty. And it's not that I didn't want to. I think it's that my wife wanted to start watching it with me, and we just never did. And since I knew she wanted to watch it too, I never watched it on my own. Blueprint selector and defense structures. I don't think this is necessary anymore. Needed so that this could show above a floating panel that used to exist. It may no longer be necessary. Do I have IE10? Probably not yet. In-game bottom bar. Do you have an IE10 message? What do you mean by that? Okay, I've just removed a bunch of stuff. I'm pretty sure this doesn't even build any longer. Apparently it does. It's linted anyway. Because I deleted a lot right now. Like a lot. And I'll be lucky if this even 80% works. But there's going to be a lot of little edge cases that I'm going to need to look for too. Let's take a look. So if I click this, what happens? Do we have any errors? No, surprisingly. And none for this stuff. We need to render that these things are selected, so I got to do that. Show a selection color behind the selected entity in the arena. We need the same sort of thing for blueprints. Where's that? Somewhere on here. Order of header buttons. Yellow for selected unit and context info is still something Jason wants. Yeah, this. I did have this on my list already. When selecting an entity, outline the original blueprint in the workbench, in the selector. And when selecting a blueprint, outline any spots of that blueprint in the arena. What are you thinking about the new Hearthstone expansion? Priest Legendary, shuffle a copy of your opponent's deck in your deck. I think it's interesting. Oh, this. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I had to do to get this to work. If you can get it to work, Capillara, let me know if there's some setting you can enable. Because, yeah, I can include a note about that, too. I debated on just quitting Hearthstone altogether. Because I mentioned this before, but I don't think I've been having fun playing for a while. Not that I play on stream very frequently. It's like once every 2 months or something. Okay, so let's try a bunch of different things here. Let's get rid of these changes from main. Who is level 10 though? Does anyone have a level 10? Ah, here we go. Okay, so hopefully I have multiple chips. I don't. Let's go buy some. Purchase. There's no confirmation on buying chips. Add a confirmation when buying a chip from the quick buy button. Hey, Ingvar. Okay, so we got to put in some of these chips. Let's just save that. And let's try this out. So there's no way to deselect this by pressing escape. You can click to deselect it. Another thing I should do, hey Lethal Wire, make it so that pressing escape deselects the chip you have selected on the left bar. Killing the last few minutes of the day watching code. Last few minutes? Wow, nice. Nice Lethal Wire. So if I click this and I move this, nothing happens. If I delete this, what happens? It flashed this page, but I probably want to close that. Yeah, I probably want to close that. IE WebGL. WebGL plugin. What? This is something a client would have to do though, right? Yeah, run IE WebGL. Oh, I'm not going to support IE10 then. I didn't know if it was just some setting you could enable. What are your main categories in your to-do list? Polish, etc. Oh, so the ones at the top, I think the most important ones, things like, well, talk to Jason's just notes for me, but things to do with the cosmetics combiner, the tutorial, UI work, new graphics. And then in general, I try to just lump everything into. There's some other big sections like polish and bugs and user options, but then there's just to do, and to do itself is, let's see how many lines, 884. So these are things that just need to be done at some point, and it doesn't really matter too much how I categorize these. We need to look through it at some point. Give me a lot of tasks post beta. Yeah, so when you delete a chip, I do think this should go away. Deleting the selected entity should definitely close the context bar. Does that happen for bots? If I click this, it's selected. Now if I delete it, yeah, it removes it. So it's just not working for chips. Yeah, and I don't know why. Actually, it looks like there's a bug there. Because it is flashing. Yeah, there. What's that? Cannot place a chip on top of another chip. Oh, that's a different issue. Well, that's the problem with to-do list Lethal Wire. Regardless of what plugin or what program you're using, it's easy just as a person to keep collecting up to-do items. And that's where I'd let people know that, remember, they're only... Oh, darn it. Hang on a second. I just remembered something. There are only 4 ways you can remove an item from your to-do list. Do, drop, delegate, and defer. And most of us are using personal to-do lists, so this is not possible. Because there's no one to delegate it to. So you basically have, am I going to do it at all? And if so, is it now or is it later? Or am I just never going to do it? So don't be afraid to drop items from your to-do list that you know are just not realistic or are so low priority that it really doesn't matter if they get done. Otherwise, I think it's kind of stressful to keep looking at the to-do list that goes up by 100 lines every week. So when we delete this, yeah, there we go. No, it doesn't do anything. Okay, why not? Why does it not work? Blueprint info. The blueprint was selected in the blueprint info panel. Hide it entirely. Wait, let's try that. So we click this. Ooh. That's broken. It's definitely broken. Yeah, so there's a bug here. Bug. Click a chip. Click a blueprint. The chip icon still shows. I don't know why that's happening. Oh, actually, I think I do know why that's happening. Darn it, I think that's a bug too. Unless these have the exact same. Wait, it's melee, teleport, melee, reflect. So if I click this and I click this, okay, it is changing. That's good. But we're running into 2 problems here. So if I have this selected and then I delete it, what happens? Ooh, no, that's fine. I delete this. Yeah, that's gone. Okay, what if I got rid of this code? What happens? I have a feeling that it's gonna just stay open and that we do want this to be there. So I'm pretty sure this is necessary, but let's make absolutely certain. No, it's apparently not. Why not? I'm never going to make an MMORPG. That's not really possible for me to do. Huh, this isn't necessary, but I don't know why. I guess because you just don't have a blueprint there anymore. Yeah, so this isn't necessary. Well, we had structure info panel somewhere. So Botland was actually kind of originally, it was going to be an RPG originally, and I wrote a ton of code for that. And I think I spent like 2 years working on a Java version of this game. And there were some interesting ideas, definitely. There was this overworld. I mean, imagine something like Final Fantasy 1. So something like, where's the overworld? Overworld. Uh, yeah, let's just go with this picture, so I don't spend forever talking about this. Anyway, you had bots, and they look kind of like this. And there was the overworld, so you had like a world script, which would tell it to move left or move toward an enemy or something like that. And then they'd get into battles, and then you'd have a battle script, which would tell it to do something like, use fireball or cast a heal spell or something. And I don't think that works. I don't think Botland really works for an RPG kind of game. Yeah. I don't know why I just was redundant there, but I don't think it works for an RPG because I think this goes back to the design document I made a while ago, which is why do you even want automation? And you want automation for either tasks that are too hard for you to perform. So, for example, for a lot of people, playing StarCraft is too many keystrokes, so you would automate that, and that's something you just can't do as a human, right? Most people can't. And or you'd want it for something that's very repetitive or something that runs for a long time. So clicking a button repeatedly is something you don't want to do as a human, despite that you could. And something that runs for 24 hours is, again, something you probably can't really do as a human. So I think those are the reasons you'd want automation. And an RPG kind of fit into the whole, like, clicking a button category and long running category. And at that point, it's like, well, how are games playing out? Is it just whoever started the game a long enough time ago is going to be the farthest in the game? So, yeah. Yeah, too repetitive. That's what I was getting at. It's like something a human doesn't want to do, but definitely could do. It's like clicking a button over and over. Okay, apparently state isn't even needed here. At which point we just need dispatch for that. If you buy a selected set, selected blueprint for info panel. Like cookie clicker? Yeah. Yeah, games like that. But when you put automation into the core of those games, what does it do for you? What is this code? It's right here. I would say set that it's selected in the info panel, and I guess I just don't have to do that anymore. If I did this. Also gets set. Yeah, I don't think there's an issue here. Hey, Ski Dog. Autohockey clicked many millions of cookies. Ski Dog, how'd the cooking stream go? I still haven't been able to watch it. I think this is only failing for chips. And I don't know why it would fail for that. That would mean that in the arena... How do you even remove a chip? I don't know where that code even happens. That's good. How was the result, by the way? I mean, the stream is one thing, but did you enjoy eating afterward? So there used to be an unplace entity button. Unplace entity. Here it is. Remove entity and update placement stats. Here we go. Close info panel if entity is selected. Here it was. I see. So what, this is no longer used? Result was 10 out of 10. Stream was 7.5 out of 10. Well, that's overall a pretty good result. And the stream wasn't very long either, so even if it was 7.5 out of 10. I don't know, there's some streams where I feel like the Super Mario 64 stream for me, I committed to beating the game, and my enjoyment very rapidly dropped. 23. This is equal, so we set this thing to... Oh, this probably just does nothing right now. Is showing as false. Why doesn't that close the bar? Strange. There's a should render function right here. And what does this get called when you even resize the window? Yeah. And thanks, Pickle. Is blueprint selected? Null. And is entity selected? False. True. That's not right. What? It thinks this thing is showing and it shouldn't be. Where is this? Yeah, it says is showing is true. Nope. Nope. Let's try that again. So we drag this out of the arena. It breaks into here. And we call set selected structure to false, which means is showing will be false, which means we'll get into the reducer for in-game, which will call into this, right? Which action dot is showing, yeah. And at that point, Redux now should have is showing as false. Then this gets called again though, with true. Where's this from? Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, where is this? Aha! Right here. Set selected structure in UI. Why does that happen? Handle drag. Oh. We remove it and then we break and we go back to here. Oh, that's the problem. Handle drag entity. Never would have thought. So why would I just return from here? Remove and update placement stats. That sounds good enough to me. Yeah, I think we just return from here. Return so that we don't try selecting a deleted entity. Right. We had an else here before. That's why. Whatever this used to do. This update structure info panel chords. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense actually. Well, let's check it out. So we drag a chip. This is selected. We drag it out of the arena. And now it's not selected. Great. That worked. Now we just got to find that debugger that I left in the code somewhere. There you are. This was because of a switch case falling through. Well, not falling through. I don't need to write what this was, but yet I kind of want to. So bug, click a chip, then click a blueprint. The chip icon still shows. This is probably a bug even before I started working on this stuff. Well, let's see, click this, then let's even just click this. Okay, so that works, but clicking this doesn't change the icon. And I think I know what that is. It's the icon that's not changing. Get icon props. If is structure selected. Oh, you can have both selected in the UI. Oh, that was never possible before. That's why. Okay, what do I want to do? This is because you were able to have two things selected at once. So it's still rendering, what is this thing named? Epsilon, and this is just a chip. So when I click this, I have the icon showing here, and who knows what health bar is showing. I guess the chips. But I also have some information about a bot here. Have you ever programmed any bots for other games? No, I haven't. I think if I ever got to the point where I wanted to do something like that, it means I should probably just quit the game. Plus, that's against the terms of service of like a bunch of different games. And see you, Neochroma. Have a good night. How much to hire Frou Frou to draw pictures of food? She'd actually probably be willing to do that, but I don't know. She's never done something like that before, where she's sold artwork. So I don't know if she'd like it beyond just the idea of doing it. And I think you'd want to have the same artist for all of the stuff that gets drawn. She hasn't really messed around with that tablet ever since like a few weeks ago. Okay, well then we don't need to check this part in just yet. Okay, so any less files that may have been around here? No, those are gone. Any other styles that existed? What was that sound? Oh, I'll share that with her, M. Perry. Bought my wife one of those drawing tablets, used once. Yeah, the one I got wasn't super expensive because we didn't know would she like it or anything, but I think she's going to give it another shot at some point. The Botline logo that she's working on now, I'm thinking of putting right there on the wall. We just need to have it be done. She's going to color it, I think, pretty soon. Actually, she has... Oh, God, what did I just run over? Okay, hang on a second. I don't know what's going on in this room right now. Okay, so let's just take out this sketch pad. Yeah, so here's where she left off with this. You can kind of see the bot she was drawing in the corner there. But yeah, here's where she left off. I will not show off any of her other artwork, because this is not mine to show off, but she already shared that on Discord, so you guys are welcome to see that. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's actually a very interesting idea, EJ. I will let her know. How big is it? Is it A4 paper? It's A3, but I think she tried to limit the picture that she's drawing to a smaller size so that she could get a frame eventually. Thanks, Mitchell. I mean, I'm thinking you for her. Not too much outside here change. So this should be a lot of removed code. Yeah, several hundred lines. As soon as I need something where I want DOM elements showing in WebGL, though, I'm going to need several hundred of those lines back. But hopefully we just never need that again. Those were the years. Okay, take care, J. Louise. Cool. Alright, nice. Remove blueprint. Remove the info panels. They've been replaced by the context bar. It's still a little bit buggy, but in general it's working. that fit on this line? Yes, it does. Info panel. I think that's fine. Yeah. I never say goodbye. I watch Adam the entire evening on Chromecast. and thanks Mitch. I'm gonna just copy this stuff all over the place. Yeah, I feel like I've been making very slow progress lately though. So now this bug needs to be fixed. I mean, really, the rest of today is going to be some minor changes around here. I think tomorrow we'll start working on the blueprint page, maybe. Yeah. So click a chip, click a blueprint. The chip icon still shows. This is because you have two things selected at once. I think really the solution is only allow one thing to be selected at a time. Sounds like the most reasonable thing. So whenever we say that we're going to be showing a structure, we would not be showing a bond. And vice versa. And that's something that the reducer should be able to handle. How big is the game? Seems like a rather simple game. I don't know if you mean how big in terms of lines of code or in terms of features planned or anything, but yeah, I think it is a relatively simple game. I think the problem is that since I'm the only developer on it, this stuff just sometimes takes a lot longer than it should. Because there's no one to delegate to. I think the solution is to allow only one thing to be selected at a time and to handle that in the reducer. So we go to this and we search for is showing and we get this. How am I going to do this? I think I know how this works, and I don't think it's how I want it to happen. So we have an object with something like this, B5C D hello. And we say object.assign A B6. Yeah, so B got set to 6. What if we change C to D of high? Yeah, E goes away. That's what I was afraid of. So I want to merge these objects and only overwrite properties that existed. I bet Lodash has a way to do that. Merge. It's like assign, except it recursively merges own and inherited enumerable properties. Source properties. Yeah, I think this is what I want. So we have an object and another object, and we merge object with other. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just click try and REPL though. So I'll just copy paste the code I had here. And instead of using object.assign, we'll just use merge. Merge A and C and console.log E. Yeah, run. And what do we get? I'm hoping for high and buy. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, so then we can just use merge. Gotta hit the road, heading up to a client site early. Alright, take care, Mitch. Have a good night. And no, flatten would make all of these be the same level, I think. Yeah, so I just want to use merge, and I want to use... I'm just gotta be careful about how I do this. So const new state equals merge state with this. and then return new state. Guess I could have just done this all in one thing like I had before, huh? Okay, so we'll do it this way. If action dot is showing, yeah, so this is how it'll work. If action dot is showing, we'll say new state dot viewBot equals object is selected false. And then instead of object dot assign, we use merge, which will modify the existing state, right? Or does this return a new object? Returns object. Destination, yeah, unfortunately. I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. So we do console.log A, it's going to return the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, I can't do that. We have to clone the original object if I'm going to do it that way. Which is really all object.assign is probably doing anyway. Yep. Great. There it is. Okay, so now we just copy paste this stuff up to here and do kind of the same thing. So this becomes the new state. This is just... And this is going to fail linting because I need to put curly braces around this whole thing. Box 486. Okay, good, and then merge the two. Yeah, that kind of works. So all the red highlights should go away. Yeah, no more linting errors. You deserve nightmares. Oh, thanks, LeVay. You have a great night too. Are you ready for the test? We click this, and then we click a blueprint, and it's still broken. So how? Oh, because you didn't select the... Yeah, this wasn't what I needed to do. It's when you select a blueprint, not when you select a bot. In fact, we probably already have code for doing it. Huh. Yeah, huh. Alright, thanks, Arcadium. Thanks for dropping in. And yeah, you have a good night too. Yeah, I know what I have to do. Just don't want to do it. But I can't not do it. Then we need something else to dispatch a different action afterward. I still remember the hair stream. Deselect the blueprint that you have. I guess that's... No, that's not an issue. It's only when you go from chip to blueprint, because when you have a blueprint, you're in place mode. And what happens if you click... Yeah, that's That's a problem. Yeah. I messed up. I messed up everything. Okay, let's fix some of this. Ain't no pointer. Render script name is only if you have a bot selected. If is structure selected, or yeah, structures are the only things without script. Don't have script. Yeah, I'd say progress is pretty good. I'm working on so before. Actually, I don't have to just describe this. I can show it to you. Before, there were two different info panels in the game. One that showed like this in line, and then the other that showed like this in this blue window here. And because there were two of them, I think there was... no, it doesn't look like there's some way to get both of them showing. But anyway, there was nothing really stopping both from showing. But now they're all just one bar. So I'm running into a problem here where you can select a chip, and then you can select a bot, and it's showing information. Well, something's messed up. Something like super messed up here. I don't know what's going on. It's taking like a long time to switch between these two things. What's that message? This one? This is a different problem I have that's just been around for a while and doesn't really affect too much. This could just be slow because of how it's got to get base64 data into the DOM. There's actually a lot of base64 data too. Or it could just be this tab. Oh, what? Got a message from Twitch. This room is in followers only mode. It shouldn't even be in that mode. I don't have it set to that. Is there anyone in chat who's not following? Can you try typing a message? Or if you have a second account, do you mind just checking out? Seems like you have a huge delay. Yeah, and that happens for any number of reasons for this. Wait, no pointer, you're not following? What? You drop in all the time. The room is no longer in followers only mode, but it says that no matter whether it was already in followers only mode or not. Yeah, alright, well I don't know if it was on. Yeah, but you get that no matter what it looks like. Okay, it looks like the delay is gone. Yeah, every once in a while the tab just gets super slow. Hey, HZapper. Oh wait, you couldn't type beforehand, HZapper? Now you can? Nice, Blueberry King. Huh. Interesting. I think this is working, but I think this is still broken. Yeah. And then, well, we can't click this anymore. No, wait, even that does screw up. Oh, there's so many problems. there's no description on this thing. Oh man. So what's the repro for this? Select a chip, make a new blueprint, and come back to the page. The chip's description doesn't show up. Man, these are like the most annoying UI issues to solve. They're super boring to work out. I think I know what I have to do. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, why is that happening? Also, this still looks like it's selected and it's not. Well, there's another bug. What is it? Just select a... No, this is selected no matter what. What? So I click a bot and I click away from the bot. Yeah, that's it. And it still looks like it's selected. Click a bot, click an empty space in the arena. The context bar goes away, but the bot still looks like it's selected. Would it be faster to cache in the DOM ahead of time, your node, and reuse them during the game if it's the base 64 slowing it down? Yes, it probably would be. It's something I'll just write down. But it's not slowdown that's the issue that I'm trying to focus on right now. It's this other stuff. So I think the only way to do this, or at least the right way to do this, is if you select a blueprint, right? Every time you click this, let's look at Redux. So if I just click this thing, it says set selected. Whoa. What? Why did this get called like a million times? Is this on hover or something? It is. Why is this happening? Okay, well that needs to be fixed. Set num chip placement stats and set num bot placement stats. Set num chip placement stats and set num bot placement stats are getting spammed as I hover over the arena. Well, not hover over, I guess it's move the mouse over, because if I just let the mouse stay there, it doesn't do anything. If I wonder if this has to do with app max at all. It does, surprisingly. So only when you're at max does it, wow. This only happens when you're at the maximum number of bots placed. Alright, thanks, Null Pointer. Huh. This has happened before, I think. Although one time Mike did it. I just never noticed. Okay, well we found 4 bugs. That's kind of frustrating. Or perhaps I should handle this in the set selected bot bait for blueprints. Just emit something to deselect the chip if it was selected. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's very reasonable. Probably the same thing for a bot too, because I don't know what's happening for that right now. If you click this, right now it's going to show me that... Why is there no state? You kidding me? What happened to the state? Chart? The state's just gone. Alright, whatever, refresh the page. Well, now we have a state. So we go to in-game reducer. And we can't click that for some reason. Weird. and then we find view bot, and it says is selected false. So we click one, and now it should be true. It's very slow to update. And then we click over here, and it's still true. Because we have one selected in the arena and over here. Yeah. Same thing for bots. So basically, ensure that viewBot.is selected and viewStructure.is showing are both false when a blueprint is selected. Bot only mode, best mode. Well, yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do here. Click this, set selected bot bay. Can you not copy this? You can't copy this? I just want to copy this text. Set selected bot bay for blueprints. Okay, let's just search for that. Yeah, this. This is all we need to do. So to do if a chip was selected, deselect it, and if a bot was selected, deselect it. Or ID like ID. So getting whether a chip was selected, state equals get state. If we need to get the in-game state. If the in-game state viewBot.is selected, then dispatch, we need to import in-game actions. This is gonna break. Yeah, this is totally gonna break. Yeah, because Workbench is gonna import in-game and in-game is gonna import Workbench. I wonder if you're allowed to do that. Let's just find out. Maybe it resolves circular dependencies. I doubt it. Time for this to blow up. So what if we just don't even write any code? Is this gonna fail? It doesn't fail? That's actually interesting. So they have some way of resolving that so that I can do what I want to do here. Circular dependency plugin. Well, not gonna mess around with this just yet. So in-game actions dot selected structure, selected bot and arena, and selected structure and arena. False. If, and then the same thing over here. Selected structure in arena. Wow, was selected in the arena, then deselect it so that you don't have multiple selections at the same time. There should probably just be a function that does this based, oh wait, no, we can't do that. No, we can't. All right, time to test it. So we click a chip, we click a bot, or a blueprint, I mean. That worked. Okay, so now we click a bot, and then we click a blueprint. That worked. Let's look at the underlying state of all this stuff. So viewBot is selected false. We'll click this, and it'll reset to true. Should go to true over here. Yep, good. Then we click a blueprint and it should go to false. Good. Do the same thing for chips. So it's true. We click this. Should go to false. Good. What if we click this and then this? Perfect. Yeah, nice. Alright, that's done. So we fixed the small bug there. Can you believe it? We are 3 development days away. Tuesday, Wednesday, and then finally Friday from day 365. It's insane. I'll have been streaming for an entire year's worth of development days. I don't think this stuff should be done here. I think actions should prevent this from happening, not the reducers. Also, this is only if this was actually set to something. Yeah, so what I did was wrong. I don't think I want to do things this way. Yeah, I think I'm going to change this. Set selected. This stuff. I think we just turn this into 2 different functions. Certainly makes this a lot easier. Alright, take care, pawn. Yeah, I think emitting 2 actions is better than handling it in this. Okay. So here's how we change this. Oh man, and this is why we've got to have a function that just takes care of all this for us, I think. It tells us what we should have selected. Blueprint or an entity. Yeah, that's probably why I should have just made things more generic. The fact that the first argument of the functions are different was weird. Think about this. If you select a bot. Okay, here's how I'll do this. We want to dispatch this. And then we want to say if is selected, state equals get state, and if view structure is showing dispatch, set selected false. There. Except for not really. Doesn't totally work that way. We gotta still have the in-game state there. Okay, take care, Lord No Pointer. Thanks for following. After however many days you've been watching. Yeah, actually, every once in a while I'll look into, is someone who's been in chat and has been typing, have they followed me? And I have a Spider-Man LED. And yeah, every once in a while I'll find out that they're not. And I wonder, how do you get to the stream? Let's just bookmark it. So the same thing would happen here. Except for this would all change. Day 140. Wait, what? Does that really bothers them? Wow. What's today? Yeah, today is day 362. The internet. So if it is showing, then we check to see if the view bot is selected. And if so, we say set selected bot and arena, which is not even what it's called. Selected bot and arena. And then all of that red should go away. Be gone. Great. Cool, and then we just revert this file. And ideally everything would work. What are your thoughts on React? Are you going to keep using it for other projects too? I'm not even thinking about other projects, just Saw. But yeah, I probably would keep using it. In what case would you use reducers for a project? I think reducers are very, for, I'd say like the Redux way of doing things, or something that you're trying to keep functional. So one of the properties of reducers is that they use pure functions and they don't mutate any state that's saved there. They produce new object. So if you're using something like Elm, for example, you're probably using reducers all over the place. In fact, I think the entire language is basically a reducer. Blueberry, that I don't think you're saying it's a meaningful statistic, but I think it's even less meaningful than it seems, because if you, how would this work? Yeah, never mind. I don't know. I think that's just tough. Okay, so let's try this. We're gonna refresh the page one more time, and we're gonna just take a look through the state. Let's just type this out. Debug main.store.get state.ingame reducer.viewbot.is selected, and then view structure is showing. Yeah, cool. So we click this and we take a look at both these things. I want to have both of these at the same time, actually. So true, false makes sense. We click a chip, should be false, true. Good. We click a blueprint, should be false, false. Good. We click this and then a blueprint, should still be false, false. Good. Yeah. Yeah, and the base stat, the lowest number you could have, actually no, I guess the lowest number you could have is 0 points, and yet you could still be in the top 250, but it's very difficult to do that. I know about pinning values, but these were all over the place, and it also took a long time for that to update. So the way that the bot works is something like this. Every 10 minutes, give everyone present 1 point, I believe. So if you stay in chat for 9 minutes and 59 seconds, and then leave for the 1 second where you're given a point, and then rejoin, you could technically be here for the longest out of anybody and never have gotten a point. Probably really tough to do that though. Look at the name that your bot sent me the follow message. Oh yeah, that I have two bots, Botlad and Botland Bot. And Botland Bot is the one that talks in chat, and Botlad is the one that sends those whispers. So that actually is on purpose. Botlad was just supposed to be a pun on Botland, of course. Oh wow. It did escape. Yeah, without the N. Like I said, it was supposed to be a pun, like it's the helper for Botland. Well, you can just get back into it then, Capillara. Oops, I mean to close that. Oh, new guy. Welcome. And thanks for subbing. It always makes me feel warm and fuzzy when a name I don't recognize subscribes to me. Okay, so structures don't have scripts, so really there's fixed 2 bugs. One, stopped ever attempting to show scripts when a structure is selected. And 2 is clicking a blueprint will make sure neither a bot nor a chip is selected. Clicking a bot or a chip will make sure the other type chip or bot not selected. Yeah, no, I remember you telling me this before Capillara, but what you could do is stream just playing a game or something. That way you still get to stream. It's not something where you have any restrictions, and streams could even be way shorter if you want. But yeah, there were a lot of people I used to watch who were in this stream, and now they're not really streaming too much anymore. Although I think Soul Sorcerers is going to get back into it. Okay, I think I'm gonna go get some food. And since it's toward the end of the stream, I'll probably just end up working for the last like half hour or so off stream. I'm not totally sure how I feel about that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Isn't that a rule? If you stream for less than an hour, Twitch bans you. I may have missed that during dinner, but in the new yellow bar, sometimes it looks like there's a green bar on the left. What's a condition to trigger it? Oh, that's a life bar. So here's the green bar because I selected an entity, and actually you pointed out something interesting, which is that we probably want some padding around it when it's full. What does that look like? Yeah, there should be some padding around it. Whoops. But yeah, blueprints don't have life. I gotta fix that. Life bars need vertical padding. They have fake horizontal padding right now. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with Windy Beard Games. I don't know how much longer he's streaming for. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll try to fix 1 or 2 of these bugs tonight. Then tomorrow, hopefully we can start on one of the newer UIs. I know there's still some stuff left for the arena, but it's not super important, so I might just tackle these on Thursday or something. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a nice night.